Welcome to another episode of On the Block with Jen. I'm YouTube's bad girl and your favorite devil's advocate, Jen. Okay, let's get the business out the way right away. You already know Mama holds church here. Do I not hold church here? Do you not say amen after a lot of the shit that I say? Don't you say amen and praise the Lords? All right, then. So with that said, do me a favor and support the channel. You can do a Cash App. You see it floating on the bottom? You see that? It's scrolling with you. Do you see that scrolling with you really slow? I'm Cash App on the block with Jen. If you don't want to go through that trouble, super chat me. It's a little $sign on the bottom right of the chat box. You know the chat box where you jump in and fight with me and fight with each other, okay? Say it with your pocket, all right? If you want me to highlight one of your comments and put it on the screen and discuss it with my panel, say it with a super chat. For some reason, I hear you better when it's attached to money. Strange, I know. There's something about my ear canals. They just clear up when there's a super chat involved. I know. Weird. I know. I'm still trying to figure out why that happens, but you know, it happens. So welcome, you guys. Don't forget, you can reach me on all social media platforms, On the Block with Jen, on TikTok, on Instagram, and on Facebook. If you want to see my reels, if you want to see me in my entirety, go to my TikTok or my Instagram. On the Block with Jen at Gmail. You jump in there if you want to suggest something. That's my suggestion box, okay? Or if you want to collaborate, or if you want to talk to me about an interview, it is all in there. On the Block with Jen at Gmail. Does it mean I'm going to pick your topic? It means that that's where you suggest what topic you'd like to hear me discuss and dissect on my panel. All right, guys, you're welcome, Django. I am happy that you're happy, and I'm happy that you're here. Okay, I appreciate you guys. I could not do this without you. Tonight's stream is going to be very, very interesting. I'm dropped the link early to get some people up here. You know, we've seen what I call a phenomenon of men who are women haters. And I know people are like, no, just because we talk about women doesn't mean we hate women. No, that doesn't mean that. No, we're not women haters. We just talk about how horrible they are all fucking day long. And then we came up with 10 other guys that talk about how horrible women are all fucking day long. And we talk about what they don't do and what they should be doing. And we talk about the reason the world is destroyed because of women. And it goes back to Adam and Eve, and women are horrible. But we don't hate women. We just talk about what they should do. We don't hate them, right? Right? Am I right? Okay. Let's keep it real here. I'm all black tonight. A spade is a spade. That's the theme for tonight. A spade is a spade. So let's talk about it, okay? Specifically Andrew Tate, but he's not the only one. He's the most popular one, right? And every couple months, you're going to see a new guy pop up. And you know why? Here's my theory. Most of these guys are criminals, career criminals. I've dealt with some myself, okay? These guys get doxxed, and then you find out they have a fucking rap sheet as long as your fucking arm for fraud, for con. I'm not making this shit up. These people have fucking records, rap sheets. They come on these channels with aliases. You think you're talking to somebody and you're addressing the motherfucker as Joe, and his name is Jim on his fucking police record. They con women, they con men, they con incels. These guys are career criminals, and they get to live their best second life on YouTube. Why, mi gente? I told you before, because you could be anybody you want here. This is the world of Oz. Remember the Wizard of Oz? Remember Oz was hiding behind the curtain, right? But up on the screen, he was the Wizard of Oz. That's YouTube in a nutshell. Okay? All these fucking career criminals, these bad built incels, okay? These cornballs who couldn't get along in life and got tired of being arrested are living their best second life on YouTube. This is their second wind. But don't believe me. I mean, they all dox each other. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, all these motherfuckers are the same. They're all at war with each other. They all dox each other. And they all have the knack for finding each other's mugshots and rap sheets. I'm not making this up. Some of you guys know me from like a year ago. I've dealt with some of these derelicts. And they all had probation officers, so they made my life easier. All you got to do is pick up the phone and call their probation officer, pull on their leash a little bit, and they'll leave you alone. because these fucking cornballs don't want to go back to prison. So they're going to be good little boys once the probation officer gets on the jack with them. But they're very easy. They're very, very easy to find, even with their aliases. So we fast forward to these woman haters, right? Kevin Samuels, Thunder Lightning, right? Kevin didn't hate women. He was for the Black community. He wanted people to get married. So the motherfucker wasn't accepting money to be here? I'm sorry, aren't we all? No? He's dead and gone. Insert Andrew Tate. He don't hate women. He just telling us how big he don't hate women. Right? When I posted my promo, I said the lucrative rise and fall of online woman haters. I was watching Super Sly on a live after the guy Sinful the P passed away. And please don't ask me who the fuck he is. I don't fucking know who Sinful the P is. I don't fucking care. After he died, I saw a bunch of people that I'm connected to on YouTube post videos about him. And I'm like, oh, another one died. Let me see who this guy is. Oh, a self-proclaimed pimp who talked about women like shit. All right. Okay, another one. Life goes on. But I want to explore, right? Super Sly had a very interesting theory. And it's interesting because I had kind of like the same theory. My theory is when someone puts out so much negative content over and over and over again, and these are the ones that can maintain channels, because a lot of these bums disappear. You guys remember me from like a year ago, even the people that I was in a YouTube fisticuffs with, all them bums disappeared. And they were all criminals. I mean, all of them. I mean, not even a little bit of them or half of them. All the motherfuckers had rap sheets and probation officers on their ass. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Okay, I got the receipts. For those of you who remember, you remember the receipts, right? But these bums get to live their second best criminal life online. They sell their t-shirts. They sell their coaching videos, right? For motherfuckers who can't find their way out of a paper bag, let alone be able to court a woman successfully, right? I told you YouTube is the new church. No one goes to church. Everybody's on YouTube. And the preachers, the pastors, and the ministers are all these fucking bum dating ass coaches, criminals. All of them. Okay? All under aliases. All these woman haters. They don't hate women just because they talking about what women do. They just want women to be held accountable. Right? And I told you guys before, accountability is like self-esteem. You're supposed to hold yourself accountable, you stupid bitch. I'm talking to men and women. You're supposed to hold yourself accountable. Accountability is not a group sport. So I don't care how many streams you see with 10 women talking about men ain't shit. And I don't care how many streams you see with 10 incels talking about women ain't shit. If a woman doesn't want to be held accountable, she's not going to fucking be. And that's why you guys are so angry. That's why Andrew Tate rose to fame overnight. That's why Kevin Samuels rose to fame overnight. That's why all these other little bums who are trying to be the next Kevin and the next Tate, that's why they're trying to rise to fame overnight, but they don't have the swag. Let's face it, okay? Andrew Tate had fucking swag. Fine as fuck, too. Psychopathic, narcissistic, but fine as fuck. I'm going to call it like I see it. Just because I hate a motherfucker, I'm not going to, oh, he ugly, too. That motherfucker's fine as fuck. Over 6 feet tall, well built, okay? Nice to look at. Kevin Samuels, I guess if you're into that look, right? I'm not, but he was tall, slim, right? Well dressed, salt and pepper beard. That hairline was sprayed in just right. Anyone see that would look at him on a random who said, that's a good looking guy. Not my taste. But he wasn't necessarily ugly after his nose job and his weight loss. These two men understand image. They understood dressing well. They understood swag. That's why all the minions, you motherfuckers, you fucking criminals who are stuck at 200,000 subscribers, and you notice you plateaued. You guys know who I'm talking about. A lot of you follow these motherfuckers. They plateaued at that 200K mark. Can't go any further Because they're bad built, probably ugly, fat. I'm going to call a spade a spade. That's why you motherfuckers have plateaued. That's why Andrew came up behind your ass and ate your ass up, and you still there struggling. But women ain't shit. Women got to be held accountable. Because you'll never be a good look. You'll never be an Andrew Tate, and you'll never be a Kevin Samuels. So there you are, plateaued at 200K, grifting now. Are you not? Grifting like a motherfucker. You bad built, busted in the face dating coaches. That's why you've plateaued. And if I'm lying, I'm flying. Go look at your favorite woman haters right now. Take a break from this and then come back. They've all plateaued at that 200K. Why? Because they're bad looks. They're bad looks. Everything they say that women are, they are. They've hit the wall. They're bad built. They'll never have a six-pack. I got a six-pack, bitch, so I can talk my shit. And you, your before picture looks like your after picture. So you have a before and before. I done seen y'all. But even if I don't fancy someone's way of making money, again, I'm going to call a spade a spade. Andrew Tate was a fucking good look. Kevin Samuels was a good look. Y'all not so much. That's why you're going to stay stuck at 200K. I've seen a lot of y'all. Okay? And I'm talking about the bums that didn't quit. Okay? Because a lot of the bums that even I've dealt with, like a year ago, all them bums quit. They had no choice. They weren't attractive. They had no swag. If they had money, they conned it from one of their family members or one of their baby mamas or from the fucking government. They quit. They didn't have the swag. They was all that in a group of 5 or 6. But when them niggas had to come up by themselves, they wasn't shit for shit. You noticed that, right? They all disappeared. And those are the ones that are not holding on to the grift. Some of them have grifted. I'm a relationship coach now. I'm not conning people anymore in real estate. I don't want to go back to jail. Plus, Jen called my probation officer. I don't want to do that shit no more. I'm a life guy. I'm a relationship coach now. That's what I am. You will never be a Tate. You will never be a Samuels. Fuck, you won't even be a Derek Jackson. All the shit y'all talk about that man. So we're going to talk about it tonight. And we're going to talk about it the way it is. Not the way y'all want it to be. Not the way you want to hear it. Okay? We're going to talk about it the way it is. Right? All these motherfuckers who talk about women all fucking day. Oh, these bitches and these shit. And they're only good for this. And these bitches and women ain't shit. And they don't want to submit. You got to hold them accountable. These motherfuckers hate women. And that is okay. Because a lot of women hate men. But this is the grown-up table today, okay? We're going to sit at the grown-up table today collectively, all of us together. We're going to sit at the grown-up table today. We're going to have some grown-up talk, all right? These motherfuckers hate women. They're just not attracted to men, so they're not homosexual, right? But you can want to fuck a woman. You can want a woman to submit. You can love your mother and still hate women. It's possible. It's the same thing with women who are not attracted to other women. They're still attracted to men, but they hate men. It's possible. If I sat up here and talked about all fucking day long with 5 or 6 of my friends, men gotta be held accountable. And they are bums. And they all ugly. None of them take care of their kids. Men. Down with the men. Let's castrate all of them. Would you take me serious if I say, but I don't hate men. I just want them to be held accountable. That's all, right? We just want men to be held accountable. You wouldn't fucking believe me. You wouldn't take that shit from me, and you fucking know it. So in the same vein, okay, when these fucking career criminals, when these bad built bitches beat in the face, okay, fucking belt imprint on the belly because they couldn't get a 6-pack even if you shot one into their fucking gut, all right? When they sit up there talking about women every which way and try to cover it with, I'm a life coach. I'm a relationship coach. And you guys fall for it. And I'm beyond telling y'all, how the fuck could you fall for it? I'm beyond that. Because human beings are cattle. Y'all are used to going into a room with one person on stage, whether it's a church or a music concert. You're used to moving like cattle into one room and one motherfucker at the podium telling you what to do. You're used to it. Whether it's your government, whether it's a music concert, whether it's a life coach, whether it's a teacher, we are conditioned to move like cattle into a room and have one motherfucker on a podium, which is whether it's a TED Talk, okay, a classroom, or a YouTube channel. Y'all, oh yeah, we gotta hold women accountable. Okay, let me write that down. Oh, we supposed to go 50-50, and if she don't write it down, okay. They hit the wall at 25. Okay, what else? She gotta submit. Oh, I don't got nothing for her to submit to, but hey, Kevin said it, and Andrew Tate said it. Oh, okay, submit. That's y'all, and that's okay. Get it how you live, whatever tickles your ears. Some people do cocaine, some people drink. Some of you bitches watch Andrew Tate, right? Everybody got a fucking vice. But like I said before, we're sitting at the grown-up table tonight. We're talking about how it is. I'm not dealing with your excuses tonight. No, but Andrew Tate, he gave credit to a woman one time back in 1999. There was a woman he gave credit to, see? He don't hate women. He gave credit to one woman. Now, I know he was using women. And he was pussy pimping and making money off of pussies. And he put all these women in the room and he taught us how to pimp. But that don't mean he hate women, because there was that one time in 1999 where he said that woman's hair looked nice. Y'all do the same shit with Kevin Samuels. How many hours of Kevin did you watch? He talked about men too. He sure did. He told men that they had to have money that one time. I heard it. Did you hear it? I heard. We're not dealing with that tonight, because none of you motherfuckers share when Kevin Samuels told y'all weren't shit. Y'all didn't share those, did you? Did y'all share those? Because I don't recall. Now, I remember you sharing Average at Best. I remember you sharing every time he told a woman her womb wasn't shit. Oh, and what was the other one? After 35, she's a leftover. Oh, you were like, share. Key. Share. Were you not? I've never seen that one of you men share with Kevin Samuels saying, y'all ain't shit. If you don't look good, if you don't have a certain amount of money, y'all ain't gonna be shit to women. Y'all don't share those. What happened? I thought we were holding people accountable. No? Just the women? No? So I have to, when I hear the names of these men, I have to investigate and research, because I don't fucking know them. I keep telling y'all, YouTube is a planet amongst itself. It's a little planet. It's not even a big planet. Okay? It's a tiny little planet. All right? So when you go outside of YouTube, you have to ask people, hey, you ever heard of Andrew Tate? Who the fuck is that? Right? When you go out in the real world, right? When you go outside off of YouTube. Same thing with Kevin Samuels, right? There's such thing as YouTube famous. Stop confusing YouTube famous with worldwide famous, okay? But when Andrew Tate was in Romania, and they know him in Russia, world famous, meaning can I walk into the average Starbucks and say, do you know who Andrew Tate is? And everybody, there's going to be a resounding, yes, we do. He's like Michael Jackson. No, that's not the case. There's fucking YouTube famous, which a lot of you motherfuckers let go to your head, okay? Nobody knows your fucking YouTube heroes outside of YouTube. Sorry. They just don't, all right? YouTube is a lot of neighborhoods of fucking con artists. They fucking thrive here. And it's easy to get y'all because y'all are all so broken and mad. Y'all are so broken and mad. Y'all still think about your father told you one time X, Y, and Z. Your mama told you one time X, Y, and Z. That bitch you gave all your money to fucked you in the ass or fucked your brother. Y'all so easy to get. Y'all so easy to get. Y'all lucky I'm not fucking, you're lucky I'm not a fucking grifter. Or y'all would make me wealthy because y'all are so easy to get. Y'all are so easy. It's like taking candy from a baby. And one thing I give these con artists, bums that y'all look up to, is that they know that. They know that. They know all they got to do is cam up. Let me talk to these broken bitches today. Oh, hey, these women got to be held accountable. And you got, it's. So anyway, in my little research, I'm hearing the name Andrew Tate thrown around on YouTube. And I was like, let me see. So I'm looking at this lawyer who's breaking down his case and what have you. And I'm hearing all the charges, sex trafficking, fraud, con, blah, blah, blah. And another thing, before I drop the link, that I think is absolutely another piece of this phenomenon is that from all the derelicts, the bums and the con artists that I got into it with on YouTube, to the Andrew Tates, all the way up to the Andrew Tate. So I'm talking about the lowest of the lowest crabs, the lowest of the lowest con artists, the lowest of the lowest bad built motherfuckers, okay? All the way to the echelon, to the Andrew Tate. Woo! These motherfuckers should go on the world record for world's dumbest criminals. Hear me out. The motherfuckers that I've gotten in the beefs with all told on themselves. I didn't have to do a thing. I didn't even have to dox because they came up and they want to tell you what their life is. And they want to tell you about their crimes, right? And they want to tell you about their records. They want to tell you what's up with them. I can't go here because I'm on probation. Yeah, I did a little something back in the day. I conned such and such back in the day, right? Andrew Tate has a fucking video where he's explaining por una hora, for an hour. Andrew Tate sits there for an hour and explains from A to Z his fucking crimes. Voluntarily. Because he got to let you know what he's about. And he got to let you know how to pimp women. And he got to let you know how to get around paying them what he owes them. And he got to let you know how he beats taxes. He got to let y'all know because he Andrew Tate, right? And fuck, Trump said only stupid people pay taxes. So if Trump did it and he became president, I'm Andrew Tate. I could go on live and let everybody know I don't pay taxes neither. And I like Romania because their laws are shit and I could buy everybody in Romania. I ain't never going to prison. And then that started changing. Did it not? Started changing, right? He started getting banned from social media out his own mouth, not mine. He thought it wasn't going to get that bad. But that's the pattern with these fucking con artists, woman-hating clowns on social media. That's the pattern. Most of them are narcissistic, so they think it can't happen to me. I'm untouchable, right? And if any of you watched the movie Untouchables, remember they murked that dude, left him in the elevator and wrote touchable over his head? That's the part y'all miss out. All these motherfuckers are touchable. All of them. All of them. Nobody is unfucking touchable. The word should be stricken from our vocabulary. But here's the thing. These fucking con artist bums make it so easy because they got so much bravado. They're going to sit up there and tell you who the fuck they is. People forget this is the World Wide Web. People forget some people are lurking in silence. Motherfuckers that you've done wrong from many, many years ago to the point, if you had to swallow a bullet, it'd be hard for the cops to find out who did it. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of you. It'd be hard. Be like, well, he had beef with this one. He conned this one. He wrote this one a bad check. He stole money from this person. Well, he does have a record in that county. Well, yeah, he has a record in this county too. He did that woman wrong. And if you notice, all these motherfuckers, including the ones that I've had beef with, Andrew Tate, what have you, they all make their money off of women. Without women, these motherfuckers cannot function. So it's a double-edged sword. On one side of the sword, right, they're bashing and berating women constantly. On the other side, if it not for women, they wouldn't have any fucking money. Andrew Tate left kickboxing with $70,000. That is not a secret. Okay? He wasn't a high pay. He wasn't a kickboxer that was getting paid. He left with $70,000, gambled that shit away, came back with $30K, lost that money, right? And he said, I'm going to pimp women. That's what I'm going to do. And then I'm explaining to the world how I pimp women on these webcams. And then I'm going to explain to the world that all these men that are calling in to talk to these so-called women are talking to men. I'm just going to outsource, and I'm going to have a whole bunch of people talking, and all these idiots, all these lonely idiots that think they're talking to women, that think they're talking to the girl on the poster, are really talking to men that are typing. And guess how I found all that out? Andrew Tate said it. I watched a video where Andrew Tate spoke for like 1 hour and explained in detail. I'm talking about, I don't even think the detectives could have got it this well. He in detail for an hour how he pimps women, okay? He was holding passports from chicks, okay? He was evading taxes. He was admitting he had fucking incels talking to other men and they didn't even know. And this is a pattern. These men get obnoxious, okay? They start believing the hype. They start believing their own hype. I got a Bugatti. I got a Bugatti. And then when they start feeling the heat, okay? One of the last interviews I researched of Andrew Tate, well, I don't own anything. I don't own a Bugatti. Wait a minute. A couple months ago, you had Bugattis in colors. Now you're in another interview, and now you're trying to play what my daddy always told me, and some of you who had daddies, if you had good daddies, your daddy told you that too. Never volunteer information. Never volunteer information. Never answer anything that you weren't asked. See, but part of the persona, right, for these con artists is, I got to show you I'm that dude. I got to show you I got money. I got to show you I got bitches, right? It's part of the persona, right? So they get to talking. I've never seen more diarrhea of the mouth than I have on YouTube. I've never seen it. I am from the South Bronx where you close your fucking lip. Okay? You close your fucking lip. I know nothing for the pull. That's how I was raised. You don't know shit. You didn't see shit. You didn't do shit. You don't even know who they talking about. On YouTube, I could tell you motherfuckers aren't from the streets. You talk a good one. You threaten each other all day long. I pull up. Take a flight. I pull up. Nigga. I pull up. I could tell y'all not from the streets because I've never seen this level of diarrhea of the mouth in my life. I'm like, ain't no way this bitch is from the street. Can't be. Because anybody from the real street knows you don't fucking run your entire con plan to fucking millions of viewers and then brag about it. Who are these new thugs? I don't recognize it. It's foreign to me. It's foreign to me. Who are you dudes? Who are y'all? I pull up. I go to your crib. You in Chicago? I'm in Detroit. What's up? What's good? Typing. I pull up. Like, who are y'all? Who the fuck are y'all? What is this? So one of the last interviews I saw of Andrew Tate when he was free. I don't own a Bugatti. Now, let me explain, right? Now, I may know a company that knows a company that somehow I can get my hands on a Bugatti, and then, it's in my driveway. Doesn't mean I own it. I'm like Elon Musk. I don't own anything. Once you get to a certain tax bracket, you just don't own anything. Nothing is yours. Well, they seized all his shit anyway. They seized all of Andrew Tate's shit anyway. So he's right. It turns out he's right. He doesn't own a Bugatti. It turns out he's right. So these con men who give you nothing but hot air. Because let me tell you something. And Haran would probably agree with me. I don't know if he's on yet. And then I'm going to drop the link. Let me tell you something. Please listen to this because it's probably going to be the most important thing that you hear in my monologue. Listen to me. Put on your thinking cap and your listening ears, right? YouTube, social media has you under the impression, okay? Has you under the impression that everybody is worthy on the same level and that everybody has a chance to win. That is a lie. It is a lie. It is not humanly possible. It is not humanly possible for everybody to win, for everybody to look good, for everybody to get an amazing wife, for everybody to get an amazing husband, for everybody to get an amazing job, for everybody to get rich. It is impossible. Do you understand? Some things are possible. Some things are kind of possible. Some things we could work around it. It is impossible. The majority of humanity is fucking average and below. That is why you're all hooked on these Andrew Tates and Kevin Samuels, because you couldn't do it yourself. Comprende? It is impossible. Turn on fucking Animal Planet. Some of those animals get left behind and some of them get fucking eaten. It is no different with humanity. Some of you animals will get left behind and some of you will get eaten. And those of you who are halfway useful will get fucking used in a fucking fire to warm the hands of motherfuckers that are making the moves out here. But what these con artists do is make you believe that you have a shot in another lane. And you do not. And you do not. Andrew Tate proved he didn't even have it. He was out of his league and out of his lane. And that's why it was so very easy to take it all. That's why it was so very easy to take it all. Cuffed. Bugatti gone. Mansion gone. Bank account seized. Frozen. Like that. And these are the men that y'all are following. Hold them accountable? Okay. Go to the gym? Okay. What else? They got to submit to me, but I don't got shit. They got to submit anyway. Okay. Yeah. Players Club? Yeah. How to be a player. A pickup artist. I need to be able to pick up women. How do I do that? Okay. McTow? I don't want to go my own way. Andrew Tate said I can fuck a bunch of bitches. How much is the course? $50? Let me buy 2. You want one too, Bubba? All of humanity is not on the same fucking level. All right? Now I'm going to give you the truth because you're probably thinking, well, by golly, Jen, what's the alternative? If some of us are born to lose, here's the alternative that none of the man bitches are going to tell you, and I'm giving it to you for free. The only hope 90% of you motherfuckers have is to stay in your own lane. Ouch! Oh, fuck! Oh, you mean I gotta date the fat girl? Oh, I gotta date the ugly girl? Oh, fuck! Damn! I gotta date the girl that works at fucking McDonald's? Oh no! I want the model. Andrew Tate said I could get the model long as I go to the gym. I want the girl to build like I want the Giselle Bundchen. I want the Halle Berry. You can't get her. You can't get her. No matter how many fucking courses or t-shirts you buy from these Manosphere fucking clowns, you're not going to get her. You'll never qualify for Halle Berry. but you'll qualify for Holly that works maybe in the mailroom or the receptionist, right? You will never qualify. That's life. But you can make the best of what you got, okay? You really, really can. You really, really can make the best with what you have, where you are, okay? And that's free game, because all you're doing is wasting your time and your money and getting your ears tickled. And what really kills me is, and I'm going to give y'all a little bit. Let me give you a little credit. I understand why some of you were sucking and jerking Kevin Samuels. I get it. Again, this is a grown people table tonight. A spade is a spade. I get why you were sucking and circle jerking Kevin Samuels. He presented very, very well. Right? Funny, articulate, well-dressed. I get it. That shit's attractive. I get why some of you were circle jerking and sucking Andrew Tate. He could fight. He looked good. He was tall, well-spoken. I get it. I get it. But riddle me this. How the fuck do y'all follow these other fucking clowns that are stuck at 200K? These bad built motherfuckers, okay, with their busted up bitches. Some of you know the people that I'm talking about, okay? When you look at their fucking resume or the bitch that they sweating on right now every night, because some of them like to flaunt these women. And I'm like, listen, the only reason why I'm bringing up their fucking counterparts is because hold up now. Hold up now. If you tell me that you're a vegan, I'm only expecting to see leaves on your plate. Okay, that's common sense 101. This is the only reason I'm saying this, okay? So similarly, if you, sir, are a life coach and you're telling other men how to get the baddest of bitches, I'm expecting to see a bad bitch on your profile picture. I'm expecting to see a bad bitch on your Instagram account. I mean, she better be bad. I mean, flawless. She better sure as hell look better than me. At the very least, she better look better than me. But if I go to your Instagram account and all I see is a fat white mammy, you got some splaining to do, Lucy. You got some splaining to do, Lucy. Because when I go to your Instagram account, if you're harassing me or other women, I'm going to expect a Chanel Iman, a Halle Berry. Okay? I'm expecting to see a little something on your Instagram account. I'm not expecting to see a fat white mammy. You got some splendid dolose. And these are the guys that you're buying t-shirts from. These are the guys that you're buying courses from. These are the guys that you're super chatting. He's telling you how to get a woman, and they rolling around with fat white mammies in a bed. I couldn't even fathom the stink in that room after a sex session. But I digress. So who are y'all listening to? When Andrew Tate himself couldn't maintain the lifestyle he was telling you was attainable. Did you hear that? Bars. Andrew Tate himself could not maintain the life he was telling you was attainable. Y'all don't feel a little stupid? Un poquito. Un poquito nada más. Un poquito nada más. This is a phenomenon. I've never seen anything like this. This is the new religion. You motherfuckers are getting their names tatted on your calf. Ain't got mom tatted on your arm, but you got the Kevin Samuels and the Andrew Tates tatted on your calf. This shit is phenomenal. These fucking con artists are the new Jesus. I've seen Jesus tatted on arms. What the fuck is going on out here? And for all of you who's still keeping hope alive, that you're going to get the woman of your dreams and she's going to submit to you and everything's going to be a-okay. She's going to bring you apple pie and rub your back and suck your dick whenever you like. All of you who are still keeping hope alive, let me give you a little hint, honey. Women like leaders. Yeah, we get nice and wet for a good leader, right? So if you're the type to court a woman and all you have is regurgitations of Kevin Samuels quotes and Andrew Tate quotes, it's a turnoff. Because women like leaders, right? Well, the type of woman that Andrew Tate said you can get. Qualify that. Because if you just went for the woman that's in your lane, you wouldn't have a problem. There's somebody for everybody. Do not get it twisted, okay? Do not get it twisted. There is somebody for everybody. The problem with the majority of the people, men and women now, is that you want somebody, okay, you don't qualify for, and that's not gender specific. That's not gender specific. Okay? It's not. That's the problem with most people. Kevin Samuels hit it on the head, except he stressed it about women when men were just the same. Nobody wants to stay in their lane. That's really the problem with accountability and humanity in general. Nobody wants to stay in their lane. They got a big fat lane in front of them where the fuck they belong, okay? Nobody wants to stay in their lane. Nobody wants to stay in their fucking lane. Everybody's driving, veering to the left and veering to the right. Well, stay in your lane. No, I deserve a Halle Berry because Andrew Tate told me so. Kevin Samuels said, if I go work out, I could get me a Chanel Iman. Or, No, that's not how it works. Animals get eaten alive because they're too slow for the back. Some animals eat their young because they're like, you're not going to hold me up. We got survival to do. And a lot of you dudes are being used for the fire, right? So Andrew Tate could warm his hands. Not anymore, right? But that's what you guys are. Y'all throw another one on the fire for me. So when he's sitting there, so I got a Bugatti, I got bitches everywhere. I fuck bitches. Bitches I fuck. I don't care about none of them, but I fuck bitches. Bitches I fuck, right? Y'all are the ones paying for the lifestyle. You do this with hip hop too. You jump when they say jump. You buy. You know, this motherfucker could be like, I drink Essentia. What the hell with ya? Now you got to go run out and buy Essentia. Because Jay-Z said he drinks Essentia. And then 2 albums later, Jay-Z gets to tell y'all how rich he is. They leave out that you made them rich. They leave that part out, but he gets to talk about how rich he is. How did he get rich? Because he said Essentia. He has a deal with Essentia, and your stupid ass ran out and bought Essentia because Jay-Z said he drinks Essentia. That's how it works. Most of you are just good for the fire. That's it. That's it. Y'all are just good for the fire that people are warming their hands with. The motherfuckers that are really, really about it. Right? Y'all are firewood. Y'all are literally firewood. So now that Andrew Tate is gone, because they're going to finish him. Okay? They're going to finish him. Same way they finished Kanye West. But Kanye's still rich, though. He ain't a billionaire. I'm sure he's worried about his money. If you had $1,000 in your account and someone took down $900, I still got $100, though. I still got $100. Kanye got wealthy people bills. He don't just got to pay for Netflix. He got wealthy people bills and 4 children and lots and lots of child support. He has to keep producing to maintain that lifestyle. But Andrew Tate is done. He's finished. Now, did he leave a lot of video behind, just like Kevin Samuels, so you stupid motherfuckers could keep regurgitating it? Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. And y'all will move on. Y'all will move on. But it has to be a swaggy dude. All you motherfuckers that plateaued at 200K, it ain't gonna be y'all. It ain't gonna be y'all. Of course, you have your crowd of incels that frequents your channels, but it ain't gonna be y'all. Y'all ain't got it. You just ain't got it. Y'all are not fine. Y'all are not tall. Okay. Y'all are not swaggy. The women you sweating on don't even represent a man who made it. That's another thing. And that's all the shade in the world. Okay. Because the type of woman a man got on his arm also shows a level of success. A lot of the bitches I seen y'all running around with don't say success. I'm just saying. I told you, got the all black tonight. I'm a spade tonight. All right? A spade is a spade. That's how we calling it all night. So it ain't gonna be y'all. It's gonna be the next fine, tall, swaggy motherfucker talking about women ain't shit. But it ain't gonna be none of y'all. It ain't gonna be you 200K motherfuckers. It's not gonna be y'all. It's not gonna be y'all. It's impossible. You ain't got it. But you'll keep your 200K of woman hater minions. Yeah, that's right. Tell them. Tell them. Women gotta be held accountable. I'll be right back. I gotta go somewhere with my lotion. Right? Ain't gonna be y'all. Andrew Tate taught y'all that. He came out of fucking nowhere and blew past all you fucking cornballs. Blew past all y'all. Ain't gonna be y'all, but it'll be somebody else. Kevin gone. Andrew Tate gone. It's gonna be somebody else. Ain't gonna be y'all though. Not gonna be y'all. Y'all gonna stay fighting in the YouTube streets and doxing each other. That's where y'all gonna stay. That's your level. Okay, there's levels to this shit. Y'all gonna stay on your 200K, stalking women like me, okay, and doxing each other and fighting with each other. That's your level. And some of you are never gonna be able to come back. Some of you are never gonna be able to come back. Y'all ain't got it. Y'all ain't got it. Most of y'all funny looking. Don't believe that shit your mother told you. Honey, you beautiful too. Most of y'all funny looking motherfuckers, okay? So that ain't gonna work. So let's talk about these fucking woman haters. I said we're gonna call a spade tonight. That's what this is. Bunch of fucking woman haters who are just not homosexual. And that's why you don't go all the way and get with another man, because you still like pussy. Ladies, don't get it twisted. A lot of these men like pussy. They don't like you. They don't like women. They don't like the idea of women. It's just they don't want a dick in the ass. So they have no choice but to deal with vagina. But don't think because somebody wants to fuck you, they like you. They don't like women. They don't like the idea of women. They don't like how they look, touch, taste, smell. They don't like their voices. They don't like their hair. They don't like their bodies. They just want to fuck them. Right? Be mindful of that. Be mindful of that. Just because men like pussy don't mean they like women. Okay? And we've seen that on YouTube. We talking about all the truths tonight. All of them, all the truths. I'm going to drop the link. You guys know the rules on the block with Jen. I need your faces. Don't come up here behind no fucking avatar. Stay right there in the chat and talk your shit in the chat. With that said, everyone is welcome. I'd love to hear rebuttals. I'd love to hear retorts. I'd love to hear contradictions. I'd love to hear arguments about it, but you're going to do it with your face and you're going to do it with your chest. You got a lot of shit to talk. Show me your face. I'm showing you my face. I show you my face every fucking night. Come up here, untuck your nuts, and say it with your face. Say it with your face. That's another thing that YouTube gave to a lot of motherfuckers. A lot of anonymity. I'll say it from behind here. I'll talk all my shit from behind here. Yeah, I was thinking. That's true. Women ain't here. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's right. No, motherfucker, say it with your face. Say it with your fucking face. Y'all be scared shit. I did hear something earlier. I dropped the link. I did see something earlier that I thought was very, very interesting and very true. A lot of these guys are cosplaying alphas. Okay. Now, some people don't like the term alpha or alpha male or whatever, because they're like, no, that was a study on wolves or monkeys, depending on who you talk about. Some people are like, no, that was a study of monkeys. And some people are like, no, that was a study of wolves, so it doesn't apply to men and blah, blah. But, you know, just for lack of better terms, men like the word alpha. So we're going to use alpha, okay? A lot of these motherfuckers are incels. Let's be clear. A lot of these motherfuckers always were socially awkward, right? People think because someone is attractive that it's impossible for them to be socially awkward, okay? When you look at Andrew Tate, let's say you closed your eyes and you couldn't see that he was attractive. Andrew Tate is attractive. You couldn't see he was attractive. You close your eyes. His voice, his cadence, his pitch, he sounds like a fucking dweeb. Okay, he sounds like a dweeb. A lot of these other Manosphere cats, if you notice, they have weird voices. They either have high-pitched voices, their cadence is off, or they talk very, very fast, right? Like computer geeks, like very, very fast, right? So yes, to answer your question, a lot of these guys were incels, right? They're cosplaying as alphas. It's very easy for them to act like alphas and get your attention if you're not a quote-unquote alpha, right? And that's how they thrive. But if you close your eyes and you listen to these voices and listen to how fast they talk and listen to their vitriol versus women, you're like, oh, you're a weirdo. You just got the game. And if you're in the costume, even better. Kevin Samuels was in it. He knew that costume. Andrew Tate knew that costume. Okay. Let me bring my people up. Thank you for the super chat, the Clue channel. Cool glasses, Jen Shady. What's up? I got church going up in here and I see one fucking super chat. I'm about to throw everybody out. I dropped so much fucking diamonds and jewels tonight. Ryan Adams said, awesome. Hi, Ron DeMarco. Lily, how are you?
You chose balance tonight.
Woo! I'm talking about the big gun, okay? The bazooka. I said, bitch.
I was like, okay, so she coming in with the all black. I'm just going to kind of break it up with a little bit of pink.
Thank you. Thank you. Because I was not feeling pink today. I said, okay, now we're going to talk about this. I'm tired of these people.
Right. What's up, Ron?
What's going on, Lily? How you doing?
I'm up here and I'm in here just laughing at Jen and clapping and amening and all of that and ready to throw, you know, my sauce on it.
Please do. Please do. I'm just looking at this. You know, I'm scrolling. I'm like, somebody got to talk about this. What is this?
It's a lot to talk about. There's a lot there. There's a lot there. I mean,
like,
oh God, I don't even know where to start. I really don't. When it comes to this whole manosphere thing, the hate for women, the whole, like you said, okay, it's like the whole pimping. I used to get mad at stuff like that. Like I used to be like, oh my God, don't you see like that these people are playing on your emotions? They are like monetizing off of your trauma and all of that stuff. And then these people like willingly throw their money. And I learned this a long time ago that people love to have their ears tickled. They love to be told sweet little lies. You know, as long as it makes them feel good. People want to feel good. They don't want solutions. You know, I've given up on solutions for most of society. And the other thing is that I've been saying this since I was a kid, that most people need people to think for them. It's just that simple. They need people to think for them. I mean, that's why we have celebrities. We wouldn't have celebrities if that wasn't true, right? Mm-hmm. It's so many different things that illustrate that these people need people to think for them, you know. And and there was another part too when you mentioned Derek Jackson. We're gonna have to disagree on that, because when I look at Derek Jackson, okay, yes, I agree / disagree. Aesthetically, he has everything that you said, like that look, like, you know, the great aesthetics. But I'm sorry, when I look at him, all I see, seriously, I see right past that. All I see is that guy who was a dork, a nerd, somebody who couldn't get played for nothing. And then he put on the whole Kevin Samuels type kit, you know, the kit that these guys put on. And then, you know, he went to the gym and things like that. And then got on YouTube, created a character, and then people fell for it. But I still see that guy. Like, I still see that dweeb. I still see that. I don't see I can't unsee that. I guess if that makes sense. I'm like, okay, I can understand why people go for them, but I'm sorry. And then when you hear the patronization of women, you know, when you hear that, it's like, oh, okay, you're further making my point here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You really, I mean, and then we got to look at the wife too, because this is the wife that he was with prior to YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
which was the best that he can do at that
Mm-hmm.
particular time. But
Yeah.
as we see, he's upgraded, you know.
So
So
I
there's a lot there.
okay. So I agree with you.
Oh,
right?
and we love nerds. Yeah, we love nerds.
We love nerds. That's a whole
Yeah.
different situation. You know, first of all, thank you, Afro Universe. Salute for that very generous super chat. Thank you so much. So, Lily, first things first, I agree with you. I think people who are really intelligent, right, are worldly, have experienced a lot of things. You could kind of, and just people, and aside from that, people just know game, right? People that have met people from all walks of life. That is the one good thing about being in entertainment, that we meet people from all walks of life, from all over the world, right? And if we had a good parent, didn't have to be both parents, but my dad taught me game early.
Mine did too.
See, we have that in common.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have a parent, right? Even if they're too much sometimes, because my father, oh Lord, want to talk about tyranny, okay? Even when they're too much sometimes, when you look back, had it not been for that man, I wouldn't have known all the bullshit that I come across on a daily. So I agree with you. When I look at Derek Jackson, I still see the dweeb. When I look at Andrew Tate, I still see the dweeb. When I look at Kevin Samuels, I still see that guy, them pictures that were floating around before his nose job, before his weight loss. I still see that guy. I still see that guy. And furthermore, I can see the game. I'm like, okay, all right, I'll listen to them for about 5 minutes. I can see the game Derek is doing. I can see the game Andrew is doing. I can see the game that Kevin is doing. I can see it. But the majority of people either A, can't see it, or B, don't want to because it sounds too good.
They don't want to.
Right? And it's funny because men like using, and then I'll pass the mic to Haran, men like using this a lot to win. Why don't you just leave? If he was doing X, Y, and Z, why don't you just leave? We get asked that a lot.
Yeah.
Men are always telling women, why didn't you just leave? Well, I'm asking you, why the fuck didn't you just leave from believing these motherfuckers was something that they weren't? It is the same psychology. We're outside or looking in. I can see, you don't see the game that Kevin is pulling on you. You don't see the game that Andrew Tate is pulling on you. Why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you just leave? On that note, I want to pass the mic to Haran. Haran's like, I walked into a pit of fire.
No, it's just it's no different from most of the conversations we have in the DMs. Tonight I will speak directly towards Black men. I am disgusted and embarrassed for Black men. What's currently going on that I'm seeing in the Manosphere and in our culture is that we seem to be extremely gullible, devoid of identity, and very much thirsting for white male approval.
Oh, ouch.
I mean, you allowed some twice accused sex trafficker, con artist, half a nigga to tell you who you are.
I just found out his daddy's Black. I didn't know that.
That's still under investigation.
Oh, okay. So that may not be
We'll just say for the sake of argument, he's some half a nigga you dudes and ran behind.
Okay.
And you found your sense of self in this man. Are you that barren of conviction, that devoid of critical thought, that you couldn't see it for what it was, entertainment? You really think this man was living real life? Did you do your research? I mean, this guy, he got fired from Big Brother. I know all about Andrew Tate. As a matter of fact, I know the woman that used to find the women that he used for his company. She's a grifter too. Oh, it's a whole operation. And he showed up at the right, he didn't show up at the right time. He was just placed in the spotlight because, as I told you before, Jen, remember when we said Kevin Samuels leaving is going to create a vacuum?
We sure did.
He was placed right in. And I'm not shocked it was him because he's a more extreme version now. And I told you the next guy is going to be more extreme than him. And he's a more extreme version, you know what I mean, than Kevin Samuels. I'm going to say a number of things that's going to sound uncomfortable because a lot of dudes ain't going to say this shit. Understand that the Manosphere is about white male supremacy. Nigga, you ain't involved. When they talking about going back to the 1950s, where do you think you were in the 1950s? You think that you were sharing the table with white men? Did you ever think that you ever shared the table with white men? Do you think that white men will ever share the table with the likes of you? That's not how this works because it's a competitive world. It's about who's on top. See, a lot of white men, what they won't tell you is that a lot of them are having issues with the fact that they not only have to contend with competing with their women, they got to compete with black people, black women, Chinese men, Chinese women, basically all the people that their grandfathers and fathers didn't have to deal with. So in a sense, they feel that their birthright has been stolen from them. Oh yeah, this is a lot of psychological shit attached to this shit. So don't think for a second that it doesn't bother a white incel when he sees a black man actually walk off with the object of his desire. Do you think that he's looking at that white man, that black man as his equal? Or do you think that it hits harder because in his mind he was told and conditioned that any male that is not white is inferior to him? You are a part of the woke understanding. You know what I mean? Gays, you're thrown in there with the gays, you're thrown in there with the Spanish, the wetbacks, all that. No, yeah, you too, nigga. You too. So don't think see, what a lot of you brothers need to do is you need to really detach yourself from a lot of what's going on right now in the manosphere, because a lot of you are ruining a lot of the chances that you have at any degree of success and happiness. These white men gonna be all right because they're white.
Hit them likes for me, please. Hit them likes for me, please. Tonight is a spicy show. Hit them likes for me, please. If you're watching or lurking, hit them likes. Even if I hurt your feelings, hit them likes. You needed it. You
following these motherfuckers, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot. And you don't have many chances because you're a minority. A lot of you niggas, you need to get married. Marriage ain't for everybody, but it's for you. Because most of you are fucking idiots. You need to be told when to shit. You need someone to cook for you. You need someone to clean for you. You need to do all that other shit. You need someone to make sure that you don't die within 48 hours because you decided to be a moron and pick berries off of the wrong fucking tree. Another thing, college isn't for everyone. It's for you, though. Yeah, it's for you.
It's for you.
Because you can't even you read out loud with your fucking finger. You are devoid of any kind of critical thought. And I am judging this based on the fact that you allowed these people to run this kind of game on you. Another thing too, you crowned this white Sasquatch, crooked face looking white woman, the woman king of the black male manosphere.
The woman king.
Right.
You hide behind this white woman as she checks black women. Here's the thing. The fact that you allowed a white woman to check black women shows how much of a coward most of you are. Because I recall one time before that Kevin Samuels tried to check a room full of white women, and the next day Rolo Tomasi had smoke for him. Because in the back of his mind, he said, nah, nigga, that's my bitch. What are you doing checking her?
I remember that.
Interesting. Really? I don't remember that.
I remember that.
Know about that.
But you allow some white person, white man or whatever, anybody to come check the black woman. Because you have no strong sense of self. You don't understand that there are levels, there are rules to this shit. For example, Cynthia G gets on my fucking nerves. She says some true shit, but she gets on my nerves. If I was in a room and she was getting blasted by a white man, I'd check the motherfucker. Because at the end of the day, that's still a black woman. Period. And whatever issue I have with her, I'll speak with her about it. But you dudes have no boundaries. You do not have any, you do not how to structure your homes. So it's easy for some half a nigga to come in and infiltrate and tell you who you are and how to shake, how to shuffle, and so on. The worst thing that ever happened to you guys is the internet. And the reason why the worst thing that ever happened to you is the internet is because it gave you a very false sense of safety in regards to what's out there in the real world. You can't function, you can't handle it, you can't handle rejection, you can't handle, competition, you can't do all these things because the internet created this, instead of from a down top perspective that's out in the real world, it flipped it on its end and made you think that the playing field was leveled. The playing field ain't never been leveled. That's what I said earlier. That is what I said earlier. It's never been leveled. It's never been leveled. And just to let you know, you don't have to listen to me. I'm a recovering fucking alcoholic. You know what I mean? I got all kinds of sins. I done did all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? Been involved in all kinds of women, been in all kinds of places I shouldn't have been in. And at the end of the day, when you go through all these things and you realize and you experience life and you see all these things for what they are, you realize that a lot of the things that you think are important and a lot of the things that people told you was obtainable was all a lie. You get what the fuck you get. You get what you fight for. You get what you have to fight for it though. Yes. And at the end of the day, you are entitled to nothing. You're entitled to nothing, and the only thing promised to you is death. When you were born, you had no choice. Can the congregation say amen? I love really quickly what Annalicia said, because this is such a great point. Is it just me? All Andrew did was show the world that men are the biggest beta, simp, beefcake licking weaklings on the planet. Men simp for this trafficker more than any man has ever simped for a woman. That's a great point, because the word simp gets thrown around a lot regarding men and women. But let me tell you, I've never seen men simp so hard for these lifestyle coaches. I mean, simp, from tattoos to giving them all their money. Like, men do simp for these men more than they would ever simp for women. That's a great point. It's like embarrassing. I would hate to be with a guy or date a guy that has a Kevin Samuels tattoo on his fucking calf. It's fucking embarrassing. Who's going to take you after that? It's embarrassing. You're going to be forced to go with the woman that you think, right, is not in your league. You're going to be forced. Because everything, I mean, water seeks its own level. And you know what we see happening with Andrew Tate, it's like you're going back to, it's like Cinderella, the Wizard of Oz. The curtain has been pulled. It's like, you were like a regular dweeb wearing an alpha costume. Oh, come on out of there. Come on out.
Come on now. He put these cuffs on you. Like, so he's even going back. That goes to show that all of that was the fucking Wizard of Oz. It was fake. It sounded good when we all watched the Wizard of Oz. Didn't Oz look amazing, larger than life? And it's like, oh shit, I ain't got a heart. I ain't got a brain. I can't find my way home. Let me go to you because look how big you are and boisterous. You must be the answer. That's the theme to the Wizard of Oz. And then when you pull the curtain, you're like, oh, you're just a man? You're not even hot. You're just a fucking man. It's the same thing on YouTube. All these guys are behind a fucking curtain. It's just the fucking video on top is huge. It's Oz. It's the same thing. No Saint, what say you?
I think it's all been said. I think Iran has said a lot. No, I just had to get in here just to make sure I wasn't hiding or anything.
Thank you.
I don't understand. I mean, I learn a lot from different people on here and different experiences, but I don't know anybody. I don't know any of these people that seem to dislike women like these people that follow these guys in the manosphere. I just don't know. I don't believe people like. I mean, it's hard for me to understand or believe people like that exist. Like to follow someone, it just seems like there's a lot of pent up anger, from their own failures. And it makes it really easy just, to not have to work on yourself. Maybe it's you is the reason you're not successful, and it's not the other people. It's really easy just to blame some, oh, this guy's speaking for me. That's right. And it makes you feel better. Like, well, okay, it's not me. It's them. It's bizarre to me though. It really is bizarre.
Just dance.
Hello.
Hi,
How is everyone?
really good.
So we talking about my favorite grifters of 2022
Yes, your favorite grifters.
because they all ain't make it to 2023. It seems.
Right? That's very, very true. Like they're falling like flies, man. What you
And
gotta
they
say?
say God ain't real.
Won't he do it?
Okay.
All the time.
Ain't God good?
Hallelujah.
All the time.
Well, if we're talking about people that didn't make it, we got to rip the diamond, right?
Oh, I heard she.
Oh yeah, she had COVID.
And
got her.
What you mean?
saying she
It
was
wasn't. It
anti-vaxxer.
wasn't COVID. It wasn't COVID. She don't believe in COVID. She got what she. Listen, whatever underlying issue she had, got her. Call it what, spade a spade. You don't want to get the shot. Hey, that's what happens when you don't get the jab.
I was telling
I didn't
you.
get the shot, and I had COVID. Everybody relax.
Mind you, you're
but
like a
I will say
triathlon
this.
athlete.
I will say this. I have issue. If you want to get the shot, don't get the shot. Whatever, that's your business. But my thing is, don't vilify science. Your kid doesn't have polio today because of vaccinations. Okay, you don't have the Black Plague today because of science. Okay, we have a lot of great things happening because of scientific, innovations. So if you don't want to get it, great, wonderful. You know what I mean? But let's not vilify science.
We do have a lot of great things going on because of science. That vaccine is not one of them.
But Haran, I want to say something to Haran. Haran, I told people.
I was thinking the same thing.
It's too new. It's
okay. Well, I mean, we could have said
it's a guinea pig thing right now. Like you should be paid. Everyone should be paid to take it right now because this is the first.
Okay.
Round.
Okay.
They should be. Yeah.
Okay. I will say this. When they were rushing to put the vaccine out, I said to people, I don't necessarily trust the first batch of this shit because it takes a very long time to perfect a vaccine. It takes a very long time to do these things. I understood how medicine works so on and so forth, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? It's the same thing as technology. It's an evolving thing. So I understand the concerns. I do understand the concerns. I will say that. I will put it at that.
Well, okay. I was just gonna say, Ron, I told people around where I work, I was like, the problem with this pandemic, the problem with this virus is it's not deadly enough. It should have been more deadly. Because you would have seen people running to get vaccines. I wish it would have. We need a population. We need to get a population control. It needed to be like the Black Plague, because people were willing to do things that were not proven. Like there's a guy I work with. He's conspiracy theorist. He said something the other day about yeah, I had something and I was the bleach didn't work. Like I was inhaling the bleach. I'm like, you're an idiot. The bleach, like he put bleach in his bathtub with hot water to inhale the bleach. Because if you don't remember that was something that was one of those things going around. I'm like, yeah.
Now you see, now you see something. Remember when I just said some motherfuckers need to go to college? Like a lot of motherfuckers need to go to college. Or a lot of motherfuckers need to be married to be saved from themselves. Like this motherfucker sniffing bleach. Okay, man.
Yeah.
Back to the
I always say, thank God the survival rate is 99%.
There you go.
Yeah.
Before and after the vaccine. Just saying.
To close on that,
that's a whole nother thing.
A lot of people who got the needle died. And a lot of people who didn't get the needle died. Okay.
There you go. Okay, we can agree on that.
Died, had it. All right. Got the needle. All three of the people I know who died personally got the needle. So
me too.
Okay. COVID is new. With that said,
that was a tangent.
back to Mr. Andrew Tate, who literally was predicting. What I want to talk about is the freaking that is not him. Is that a present picture, Tristan?
That looks so funny.
Yes, that's him. That's him behind in back of the police truck.
Yeah.
He got put in the paddy wagon. They put him in the paddy wagon.
Speaking of which, I know something I wanted to add.
Oh Lord.
You know when you were talking about
my favorite photo.
You know when you were talking about the fact that he felt like he was beyond reproach.
Yes.
So as I was doing my digging, right? Besides the fact we could add, talk about the money, the fame, the women, all of that, the fact that he was in a country that he probably could have bought if he wanted to, going down my rabbit hole, there was a lot of talk about his family being tied to the intelligence community. So it's like, okay, is that another reason why he just felt like he could openly do illegal things and get away with it? Or like, I don't know. Because it just seemed like to me, he really truly thought that he was beyond reproach. And so you know me, I'm always trying to figure out the psychology behind shit, and now I didn't get any definitive proof because it's like, you really can't get definitive proof on things like that,
right?
But it just made me wonder, like, does that play a role in it? Because it just was so blatant, like the stuff that I was seeing coming out of his mouth that he was admitting to.
Well, he allegedly has ties to the Romanian mafia. So by him behaving so belligerently, and so callously, and just believing that he was Teflon, I believe that in a way, since I'm sure the mafia owns the cops, politicians, all kinds of things, he thought he was untouchable. But you see, here's the thing: when you have to be very careful in life when you move a particular way, because you really can outgrow your usefulness. That like is what happened. Like Epstein, like Harvey Weinstein, like a number of people, like R. Kelly. You can outgrow your usefulness. See, people will put up with you for a long period of time, provided that there are high returns. Now, the moment there are no longer any high returns, and you start smelling and looking like a liability, People will get rid of you and they will drop you.
Mhm.
You know, and then what do you do then if your entire shield is that system? You know, and look, listen, they've been watching him for months now. That's my understanding of it. You know, they've been watching him for months or a while. I don't know. They've been watching him for quite some time now. So my assumption is that they have quite a case. They have quite a case, you know what I mean, to build against this man. And it's going to be interesting.
And it looks like it's gonna be, if I was a prosecutor, this would be a dream case because it's so easy. There's so much material where he's talking about his crimes in detail and how I'm talking detail. I'm not talking about, oh, I pimped a couple bitches. No, detail. I gave them fake contracts. I made this is Andrew Tate talking, not rumors. I made up fake contracts and told them to sign it because, bitches don't read. So, I had them sign X, Y, and Z, that way I tell them it's about taxes and I lied to them. I told them you don't want to pay taxes, do you? So blatant just snitching, snitching. And it's a pattern that a lot of these clowns use. It's a pattern that a lot of them use. Glenn Lawrence, how are you, sir?
What's going on? Sorry.
You know, some funny shit. Some funny shit about that is that his black side doing that shit because rappers get on Vlad and just snitch on themselves all the fucking time. So that is black side basically snitching on
right? Because I swear when I look at Vlad, I'm like, I really feel like I'm watching First 48. Like it's insane. I'm like
Keith Murray out here snitching on everybody.
Woo! Listen, this weekend I went down. I was like, oh my god. He was telling about all the '90s cooch. I was like, you done ate everybody's cooch. Okay, Keith. Looking like somebody drunk uncle at a cookout.
Oh my God. Glenn Lawrence, you missed the monologue. Ooh, I was on fire. I brought out the big guns. You're here late on your white color people time.
And you muted. And muted. Oh, there you go.
And he's muted.
Well, I figured
Hollywood Glenn.
I already probably know everything you were about to say because it's probably like the same thing that everybody else has been saying, but just a little bit of more sting to it. Like you were trying to hurt people's feelings with it. Like you were trying to get all those Andrew Tate fans triggered and everything. Like
it was tough love. I do tough love.
No, that was not love. It was like I love to irritate the hell out of you.
So with that said, I'd like to hear your opinion on Andrew Tate in general, and then your opinion of what's going on with him now. Passing the mic.
Okay, so I can't speak on him per se. Like I don't know him, right? I know the personality and the persona that he portrays. I know the character. I know the avatar that we see. Okay. I don't know the man. Now, I do know people that know him personally. I do have friends that are in his circle and know a lot more than most do about the case. Mm-hmm. And so for me to go off of what everybody thinks of him, I can only go off of what we see, right? So what we see is a very confident person, speaks his damn mind. Mm-hmm. So confident in who he is and and the things that he has accomplished, mm-hmm. that it could come off that he's arrogant, that he thinks he's untouchable, mm-hmm. that that the world is his oyster. Mm-hmm. I think that's safe to say that based off of what we see him portray is something along those lines, or maybe even some people may go further and label him a narcissist or something, but that's what we see. Now, what the friends that I know that are in his circle, mm-hmm. they tell me he is a very, honest, very forthcoming, individual, or they wouldn't be in business with them personally. And these are guys are like,
wait a minute, they think what, or they wouldn't be in business with him?
If they didn't believe that he was honest and forthcoming, like being honest, like straight up, like this is what I'm going to do, this is where I'm going, like being forthcoming with those conversations and stuff with them business wise, they wouldn't be in business with them. we all know about the cam business. Everybody knows about the cam business.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I really don't know. It is my sincere belief that if we are going to walk into the true. Whoa, what is playing in the background? Oh my Lord, hold on a second. There we go. That was a voiceover working on me here. We all know about the cam business. We all hear that there was some shady dealings going on in the cam business.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say we need to just let the truth come out. Like whatever the truth is, and let it, whatever that gets exposed and whatever is proven in court, that's what it is. You know, like I don't know anything about it. I wasn't there. I could speculate, but that's all we were doing. None of us were there per se to see what really was going on behind closed doors and all that shit. So all we could do is speculate. We're choosing to take one person's opinion over another person's story. You know what I'm saying? Like, and neither of us were there. So my thing is like, if he did something wrong, then shit, then he needs to go to prison for it. He needs to pay for his crime.
Mm-hmm.
If he did something dirty, then that's his crime to pay. You know, and I feel bad for the guys that, you know, followed him because they're gonna feel like they're misled.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you know, or that he was done, that they just got him to get him, you know, whatever. But and they're not gonna realize that no, he actually did something wrong, and now he's paying the price for it. If that's what happens, if that's what comes out.
So
okay, let me who is about to talk? No, Saint, you
me, yeah. I was about to talk.
I want to say something real quick, and then I'll pass the mic to you. Glenn, take off the ice skates. Ice skating, and I'm not gonna let you do it. You're ice skating, okay?
I'm not ice skating. I'm being politically correct.
I know you are, and that's fine. But you know, on the block, you're gonna get called the fuck out, okay?
Well, see, the thing is, I'm not going to say anything and make any affirmative, definitive statements on something I don't know.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I'm gonna address that. Here's the thing. You said, well, we don't know. We weren't there. We can't go by what one person says. I didn't listen to anybody but Andrew Tate. I didn't listen to anybody but Andrew Tate and an attorney that broke down what he's being charged with. Andrew Tate, out his own mouth, said he was trying to finagle those women. He was conning those women. He was having them sign fake contracts. He was lying to them about taxes. So I'm not listening to anybody else. I'm neutral per usual because I didn't know Andrew Tate. So I didn't like him and I didn't dislike him. I was like, who is this guy they're talking about on YouTube? Let me go see who this person is. So I pulled up his videos where he's snitching on himself, literally. That's the first thing. And I want to give you a little pushback on, well, if people thought he was shady, they wouldn't work with him. What? When someone...
No, I said these people, the people that I know.
Okay.
That I know them. Like if they thought he was shady, they would not want to get involved.
Okay, so let me tell you how that's bullshit. Let me tell you how that's bullshit. Because people willingly and knowingly work with people who are shady if it's going to result in this. Okay. That is business 101. Okay. Don Peebles, the freaking billionaire mogul from New York City, when they asked him, why do you work with Trump if he's X, Y, and Z? He said, if you only work with people you like, you should not be in business. So just because the people you know, they wouldn't have worked with him unless he was shady. That is business 101. You know how many people were working with R. Kelly because he led to the bag? You know how many people work with Epstein?
The difference is like these guys that I know are not in that industry or in a normal industry, that if they were involved with, if like, you know, the bad backlash would literally ruin their business. And I'm not going to like say what they're involved in or who they are, because that's their privacy. But I'm saying, I know what they do for a living and where and how they work and what their industry they're involved in. And if this was something that they were concerned about, it would literally ruin like 20 years of work that they have done to establish themselves to get their business where it is. So I don't see them making that type of risk, you know, and be like, oh, let's just do the risk.
I think that's naive of you, but I'll pass the mic to No Saint. I think that's naive. Men do it all the time. Men work with con artists all the time, long as it leads to the bag, and no one thinks they're ever going to get caught. No con artist, no criminal ever thinks they're going to get caught. That is not why people commit crimes. That is not why people work with criminals, because they think they're going to get caught. They're thinking the bag, and hopefully all goes well. No, say I'll pass the mic to you because I know you were about to
I
say
mean, but wait a minute. I mean, let's just look at it from a very solid perspective here. I mean, our industry, entertainment itself, this is mafia brand.
Right.
Okay, since the 20s.
Most people are trash in our industry.
Since the 1920s, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's been illegal money, all kinds of shit that's been financed in some of the greatest movies, some of the best albums we've loved, you know what I mean, and so on and so forth. So, you know, while I do respect, you know what I mean, his stance in terms of, you know, he not, you know, Glenn not knowing, you know, the whole situation and so on and so forth. That's his perspective. My perspective is that I have a problem with black men following. I have a problem with black men following anybody that doesn't lead to a degree of prosperity and productivity. And that's my stance on it.
No, say
Okay. Yeah. Well, to add to that, you know, jazz went to shit after the mafia left New Orleans. Ain't no lie.
It did though. It did.
They used to have really good jazz bars on Bourbon Street and shit like that. And once the mafia took off, so did they all went to New York. Everybody who's anybody goes to New York now.
I'm a firm believer. If there's smoke, there's fire somewhere.
Well, listen, I want to talk to what he was. So Glenn, so the problem I have, what you're saying is like Jen was saying, it's not like this is coming from somebody else saying he's guilty or he's saying he's doing these things. And if we all had to go by, I wasn't there, so I can't judge, we would never be able to have a jury because none of the jurors were there.
Right.
You know, OJ wasn't guilty because they couldn't figure out that, well, I wasn't there.
Glenn was skating on that one. You know,
I'm saying like one, I didn't see the video. I mean, well, actually, you sent it to me. You did send it to me. I started watching like 30 seconds of it, but then I got caught up in something else. But I didn't even get to finish watching it. But you did send it to me, but I haven't even finished watching it. But I mean, Andrew's known to say things very, you know, out there all the time. And
well, good.
You know, because
now he's paying for it.
And like I said, if he did something wrong, if there is something wrong here, then yes, take his ass to jail like anybody else. Right. But if he didn't, and this is some other thing, because like there's a couple other theories out there, and all there are just theories. Because, like, you know, I think Haran said that they were investigating him a long time ago. Yeah, they were. They originally arrested him back in April, you know, for all of the same thing, and they released him because they had nothing on him then. So, come, you know, December, they do it again. Okay, so maybe they got something else on him. Maybe they got more evidence, and there's something that show that there was some foul play. You know,
but here's the thing. I understand the YouTube persona. Not for me. This is who the fuck I am in person. And you guys will see me in person. I'm exactly the same fucking way, probably more animated, right? I understand that a lot of these guys are playing a character. Doesn't that kill their credibility? Because I hear the excuse a lot of that's just his persona. That's just his character. I know he says a lot of off the wall things. So you're essentially taking the word of an actor who is acting like.
I mean, we all are actors. Everybody's an actor. Everybody's
all right, Shakespeare.
No, not everybody's not in character, Glenn.
Everybody puts on a facade in public.
I can't agree with that either. I can't.
No, I'm only in character on set. On set, I'm in character. This is who you get in person. This is who you get. People from when I was 15, 16 years old. Jen always had something to say. That was the word on the block. She always got something to say. So no, everybody's not in character.
What I'm saying by that, let me explain. What I'm saying is that people put on facades in public all the time. Right? When you're upset, you don't want to show certain people you're upset, so you put on a facade. You're acting not upset. Everybody plays a character.
I cussed my doctor out today. I don't agree with that.
Everybody has seen me upset.
Okay, maybe not. Okay, wrong word. Everybody. A majority of people do not put out how they really feel in public all the time because they either don't want to be seen negatively or they don't want to be seen, you know.
So you're saying that Andrew Tate was full of shit. Nothing he said was him. The persona, I got a Bugatti, fuck bitches, I'm pimping bitches. You're saying all of that was fake. That was a facade. So
I'm saying I don't even know the dude personally to speak on him. Now, all I'm saying is and like I say this with every case, every legal case there is, I always say the same damn thing. Let the fucking dust settle, let shit get exposed, and let whatever is exposed come out. And let's fucking wait until the decision's there.
But what if they expose it?
That's convenient.
Yeah, what if
I've said that on every case. I've said that on every
Glenn,
case.
she about to come at you because you be coming for the women about the child support. I would leave it at that alone. They ready to pounce on you, sir.
Hey, you know what? If they come
I'm
up
trying to help
send
you
that DNA test. Bring that DNA test if you want that child support.
They're gonna be like this. Oh yeah, Glenn, 80%, right? 80% of the forces.
I just think that's hella convenient. So then you have to decide, right? Which one is Andrew Tate? If he says he was conning women out his own mouth, if he said, because you said, well, Andrew Tate says a lot of, things out of his. He was literally giving an instructional on that video I sent you of how to make fake contracts, of how to make people believe they're signing something that has to do with taxes. You think that was just game? You think that was part of his persona? You think that was part of his act? It was a step-by-step. You give them this contract. You print out any other thing. Bitches don't read contracts. You know what I'm saying? You scare them with taxes. And then you do this. And, these guys that called in thought they were talking to women. They weren't talking to women. They were talking to men that I hired to act like women. Sometimes I fucking did it, right? And then you take their passports and you make them think, right, that they don't leave you. Because some of these bitches, they'll learn how to do it on their own. Then they'll fucking leave you. They're going to leave you if they learn how to do it on their own. So you got to act like they need you. So you think all of that was fake. That was a facade. Because he don't want people to, he doesn't want people to know he really.
Well, you're taking what I say to the extreme, though, because I didn't say any of that. I said people do put on facades. So, and then we all know, like, people on platforms all the time, okay, especially when they're in the public eye, they create an avatar. They create this brand of themselves. We live in the brand of me. Ever since we had social media, we've been branding ourselves. We put it on our Instagram. Look at my meal. Look at my outfit. Look at I'm at this show. You're creating a brand when you do that. And so we live in the world of brand of me, and that people are always creating these brands. So people portray what they want people to see when they're on camera or when they're in public. That's just a thing that people do. And it's their own personal marketing. So if he thought that he was getting the best results being that version of him or that guy, and he saw the results coming in and he was making money off of it, of course he's going to continue doing it. If he didn't see that working for him, he would have pivoted and done something else, just like what he did when he originally got cut down from all social media. And then he comes out, with a whole nother softer Andrew, when he's talking to women, because he saw that the cancellation actually did affect his bottom line. And so then he started pivoting, and then he started working with female coaches, and like he was on the thing with Pearly Things right before he got arrested. Like, and
which one is him, Glenn? Which one you think is him? Take an educated guess. Which
I don't know. And I would say maybe a little bit of all of them. Maybe a little bit of all of them. Maybe there's a little bit of truth in all of those versions and characters that he put out there. There has to be a little bit of truth in all those.
So here's
I got a video.
Hold on, Tristan.
Yeah, I want to see it.
So this is the difference. This is the difference. I think it's kind of like, I think we're kind of like having two different and Alicia, check your DMs on Instagram. I think we're kind of having two different conversations, right? Because I do agree with everyone has to be larger than life, right? For their audience, for their social media audience. There's a difference between how I portray myself on my YouTube channel and if I canned up and said, ladies, this is how you fucking con men out of money. This is how I did it. This is how you could fucking do it, right? You get them over to your house. This is how men are going to act. And then you do X, Y, and Z, ladies, because men are fucking stupid for the most part. So you get them to sign this thing. Once they sign this thing, do not let them think X, Y, and Z. That way you get all the money. Is that part of my persona, or is that me dry snitching on myself and talking about my criminal activity. Those are two different things, is what I'm saying. Those are two different things. And Andrew Tate, just like these other clowns, relationship coaches, are constantly snitching on themselves. And not all of them, because some of them are smart enough to come up and just keep it on relationships. Salute to all of them who just keep it on relationships. And women should be held accountable and women should submit. Great. But people like Andrew Tate and some of the clowns I've dealt with are constantly dry snitching about their criminal activity on themselves. That is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about personas.
And wasn't he selling courses or something like that? Didn't he have some
Hustler University? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the way he did that, that was pretty interesting as well, how he got that out. Because he let the incels sell it for him because he wasn't even on YouTube.
Oh, you're talking about the affiliated marketing?
Yes.
That's a program that that type of program has been going on for years. He just was able to market it and brand it so well and not be able to be like none of his stuff he ever posted, none of his videos. Yeah, everybody else posted his videos for him, you know, and that's brilliant. That broke the algorithm. That marketing, that strategy broke the algorithm.
I'm glad whoever this is, the cock brought this up. Cardi B said same thing. When Cardi B said that, all the men's panties were bunched. All the men's panties, why she ain't locked up? Had it been a man, right? That's what y'all thought about when Cardi B said that she did what she did. Now, was that part of Cardi B's persona? Because we all know she has a persona. Okay, that is why she's rich now, because she has a persona. Now, was that part of her persona? Or was that just her bragging about himself and bigging herself up? Because this cops guy claims he could just be bigging himself up. So maybe
I would say the same thing. You know, I would say the same thing. If that's what really happened, then yes, she should get arrested for it. Just like it's saying the same thing with Andrew. If Andrew really did some foul shit, he should get arrested for it.
Well, he already is.
It's that simple. Oh, I mean, he's detained. There's a difference.
They're gonna finish him. They're gonna finish him.
I honestly don't think I don't know enough about it so much, but from the people that I've heard things from that are close to this case, I don't think that it's going to stick, whatever it is, because I heard there were multiple different claims that they're all trying to bunch up to one, and they're trying to make it seem like he was trying to create some organized crime or whatever, organized mafia type of thing.
So how do they feel about his arrest if they're so protected of their image? Because this is not good.
They're more I guess that he's been having some health issues or something like that. That he had to go to the hospital recently.
I'm talking about your friends. That's
what I'm saying. They seem to be more concerned about that than the actual,
their image.
They think that it's more of a stunt. They think that this is all more of a ploy or a stunt. That's from what I'm getting.
He got arrested by the anti-terrorist group, anti-terrorist unit. That's pretty much, you're pretty much messing with the country at this point. To me, I just think it's like this. He messed up because he's in a political issue as well, because Romania has a bad history of being labeled corrupt. If he walks free, everybody is going to prove, everybody's pointing about Romania, and they're going to look bad against the entire world. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, if he somehow, with a wiretap as well, beats this case, he is going to come on the internet as a god. Because I said, it's going to be a tidal wave of utter incels you'll have never seen in your life.
But whose internet? He's banned from all social media. Whose internet? The incels are gonna have.
He's not banned from Twitter.
Yeah. Elon Musk is an idiot. I said after Elon Musk killed Twitter, he brought back all the toxicity.
Here's the thing: you guys are forgetting that it's not just the con, the fraud, the mafia. It's not just that Andrew Tate himself again. dry snitching on himself again, saying that he could get away with whatever the fuck he wants in Romania. So now Romania has a point to prove. Okay, because that's how these idiots are. They go online and they brag about how they're untouchable. Like I said earlier, everybody's touchable. There are 6 women with corroborating stories, okay, of the sex trafficking. You're forgetting about the women. You're forgetting about the women. So trust me, it's going to stick. It is going to
stick. And here's the thing. It doesn't do anybody any good either way. Because like it doesn't, again, you get, if he did something.
Hit the like for that. Thank you, Donovan, for the super chat. Hit that like button for me. Gracias.
So he's banned off. Like,
does he have a TikTok? In the grand scheme, yeah, he's never. I don't think he's ever been on TikTok.
Okay,
like he's never had his own account there.
Okay.
In the grand scheme of things, if he did something wrong, then yeah, he should go to prison. But for culture wise, it doesn't do any good. It doesn't bring anybody any closer or any further together because the people are so polarized. Like the people that think that Andrew Tate is getting arrested for crimes that he didn't commit and that he's, you know, truly innocent, and this is just the move from the cabal that's just trying to take down a guy like him, whatever, right? They're internet hero, right? All that's going to do is going to radicalize those people, right? And then let's say he doesn't get convicted and he gets off and you know the case gets dismissed or you know gets thrown out of court because it's not factual, whatever the case is, and then you're going to have the other side of the party, the other side of the aisle is going to be like, this is just a scam. He's getting off because, you know, he's wealthy. He's buying people, you know, as you know, as we just heard, you know, and it was just like, yeah. So nobody really wins. There's nothing to gain from this on the long term.
I disagree. I disagree vehemently. I disagree. First of all, Kevin Samuel's death, though people cringe when I say it, was a good thing. He was very divisive in the Black community. Black men weaponized them against Black women. That it's actually good that he's no longer a voice. Andrew Tate, same thing. He abused women. He conned women. He robbed women. He pimped women. It is good for a man like that to be behind bars, aside from all the other fraud and con shit that he got going on. So I have to disagree when you say it's not going to be, it doesn't mean anything for the culture. Yes,
I'm not saying like
people like Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, and the like, because there's a lot of them like that on social media, should be silenced. You heard it here on the block. They should.
What I'm saying is like what I mean by it doesn't do anything is that it doesn't do anything because it, in the sense of they may get, if they, like I said, if he did do the wrong and that's what the court and the case comes out as, great, put him away. But if he goes away, you know, all it's going to do is going to polarize or radicalize one group of people even more.
Okay, and I don't care. That's no reason not to sentence a guy or punish somebody for a crime. So if it's going to radicalize those people,
I'm not saying
you don't bend the knee to people that it's going to radicalize.
That's what you're missing.
And if he goes to court and is found innocent, it may, like you said, it may divide somebody. You know, to me, that's the system.
It will, because people, if he got
okay, but that doesn't stop you from having a trial for somebody who's committing crimes or who is charged with
white on white violence.
You're missing it. I'm not saying that this shouldn't be done. I'm saying that if it does get done, it needs to be refutable for all parties to see. If he's innocent, then it has to be proven that nobody can deny it.
You can say that. There's some people that follow cult leaders. It doesn't. They could watch the guy do a crime and they're still going to say he didn't do it.
Thank you. Yes.
That's just being ignorant, though. That's willful. That's willfully being that way.
But most of his followers are willfully ignorant. Most of Kevin Samuel's followers are willfully ignorant. Most people that follow preachers and pastors are willfully ignorant. These people are willfully ignorant, and that's how they're able to prey on them. I don't give a fuck about who is going to polarize. O.J. Simpson, he had a very polarizing audience watching the trial. Should he have not gone to prison after he filleted somebody because he would have polarized the people watching?
I'm just saying, like what I've always said about any court case, due process. Okay, let the courts do its course. You know, we can speculate all we want.
Okay, so how about this?
Stop saying speculate. Stop saying speculate.
Speculation. If we think we know more than we know.
Watch the video I sent you, Glenn.
Let's take the court case out of it. Let's just take the court case out of it for 2 seconds and let's just go with his words. Just take the court case out of it, right?
Well, Glenn says that's a persona. It's
well,
not.
you know, like, here's the other thing. Like, who? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't ever take anybody for their word. You know, people say a lot of shit.
The law does. The law will take you at your word whether you lied or not.
And the law will also have to prove that case too. Just because you say something doesn't mean they still have to have evidence. All right, a statement is actually not evidence. Okay, and so my whole thing is
confession.
Like, no, confessions are only done within. You have to be read your Miranda rights. You have to be read. You have to go through. There's a process for it to be considered a confession. Like, too, you could be saying something online or saying something to someone else that you could be lying about altogether, and unless they could prove that what you said was true, you're still walking away free.
Wait, didn't that happen to them 5 teenagers that had a Netflix series? They gave a confession, whether it was coerced or not. A confession, and they went to jail.
The Central Park 5.
Mm-hmm.
And this here,
a confession holds weight.
This is ridiculous. People dislike him, so there's this premonition. He's guilty. He's far from PC, so they will not give him. This is the same circle jerk y'all did with Kevin Samuels. Every time one of these con men goes on, I mean, this motherfucker out his own mouth discussed how he came up off of conning women out his own mouth. That is not part of his character. That is not part of his personality. He broke down, Glenn, you have to watch the video. He broke down how he robbed these women. He broke down how he manipulated them to think that they needed him. He broke down how he kept them there. He broke down how he fucked them. Was fucking them to keep them in a certain mindset. 2 of the women bounced. He was like, because, you know, sometimes the bitches will leave, but you got to fuck them that way, you know, and you got to make sure that they're fucking you and not fucking another guy. Because if they're fucking you, then they'll give you all their money. He broke that down. So these motherfuckers always talk about people don't like him. That's why. This is the same thing they said about Kevin Samuels. And like I said, willfully ignorant. People are willfully ignorant. They want to get fucked in the ass, and they want to get fucked in the ass bad. So it doesn't matter that Andrew Tate himself is saying, I came up off of women. I pimp women. It doesn't matter. Andrew Tate could stab a bitch in front of you, and you'd be like, see, y'all just don't like him because he's not PC. That's why y'all don't like him.
Because I guarantee you, if this was a woman that did the exact same things and did the exact same breakdown, there will be no discussion about due process.
Oh no, Glenn!
Oh, come on now. That's so far. That's Glenn, so far off point.
Glenn, you're a liar. You'd be up here saying 50%. See, I told you 50% of the women.
I would say the same thing. I've said every time I've talked about a court case or anything, I say the same damn thing. Let's take out the court case. Like, because I think I don't give off my opinion. I wouldn't do business with Andrew. To me, he's bad for my brand. He's bad for business for me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. But you're good friends.
That's just me personally.
They care about their brand and their business. Because that's what I was wondering. Because I'm like,
but again,
that came out of his mouth.
For them, they see that as something of value. Me, I don't see any value there.
They see raping and human trafficking as something as value.
Nope. I'm not saying he did that. That's what everybody else.
No. He's saying he did it.
He said he did it.
I didn't hear again.
So
I didn't hear him
say
he raped
that they
anybody.
See or hear in that. Like
again,
if they really
I have not reviewed the video, and I have not heard him say ever that he raped a girl or anybody. So I think if that was if he's saying I raped her and I raped her to make her stay there, I don't think that's what he said.
So you didn't hear his comment about rape? You didn't hear that either, even though it went viral?
No. Well, technically what Tate said was, I'm not a rapist, but I want to do what I want to do. That's what she said. Just like in this clip.
This is probably 14% of the reason I moved to Romania, because in Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. If you're going to go to the police and say he raped me back in 1988, so we should have done something about it then. If you go to the police and say he raped me yesterday, say, okay, if you got physical evidence, or is there CCTV proof? Where'd it happen? Okay, let's go interview him right now. And if it wasn't really right, we went to the club, we got drunk, she agreed to go back to my house, we started having sex, and then we carried on having sex, and then we had sex, and she didn't say anything wrong, and then she texted me afterwards, and I didn't text back, and now she's saying I raped her. The police would be like, okay, she's an idiot, bye. But no, not in the West. In the West, you can tell them that exact story, you're still fucked. You're fucked in the West. When people say, why do you live in Romania? And I explain my 5 reasons. One of them is the Me Too era. They go, oh, well, you're a rapist. I say, no, I'm not a fucking rapist. But I like the idea of being able to just say to do what I want. I like being free. And if you're a man living in England or Germany or America or any of the Western world right now, you've decided to live in a country where any woman, any ex, any fucking bitch who works at Greg's who you bought a pasty from, at some point in the future can destroy your life. This Me Too era bullshit has not protected women. It's just destroyed the safety of men.
Now,
And then the
what
picture
they're going by in that clip is basically saying, I'm not a rapist, but technically I want to do what I want to do. That is a clear admission.
What's interesting too is that he said that about I was watching a clip and he was talking about that he doesn't like, I forgot what country he said. He went to a country and he said he doesn't like it there because when the cops pull you over, they won't take a bribe. They won't take a bribe. That's why he likes other countries like Romania or whatever, because they'll take a bribe. And he was like, the Western world is finished because everybody wants to uphold the law and blah, blah. They're going to finish him. They're going to finish him.
I want people to understand something real quick. If you pay attention, and this has come from someone who's written a number of speeches. I've taken speech courses and so on and so forth. So I understand how speeches are given and how at the end of the day, this is all a performance. When Andrew is actually doing Andrew, he's speaking very fast. Now, this creates a perception that a person is quick-witted and intelligent and so on and so forth. It also, for those who might not be that quick-witted, the information is being hit at you at such a rapid level, you don't really have that much time to actually, you know what I mean, really take it all in and so on and so forth. So you're just sitting there. Now, when Andrew was actually facing being canceled and so on and so forth, when he actually did his video, I want people to pay attention to something. He spoke very slowly. He spoke very slowly and he spoke very reserved because he wanted you to understand everything that he was saying. It's very important when you're actually speaking to people and you want them to understand what you're saying. Speaking slowly is important so they can sit down and they can retain the information. Hopefully, you know, at a average rate. Now, I also want to say something about the Central Park 5 and also about the OJ case. First of all, let's not sit here and behave as if the evidence is always paramount in all of these cases. You could have a solid case, but you could tell a bad story. It's about any lawyer worth his salt understands that you win cases when you present the evidence in a manner that's a solid story. Now, when the Central Park 5, when that happened with them, they had video confessions. There were a bunch of poor Black children. They looked guilty, and a white woman was the victim. And this happened at a time when New York was absolutely at the height of its racist, its racist climate. So yeah, they were cooked. No matter what, they were cooked. Now with OJ, I don't know, man. A lot of that evidence, you know what I mean, did point to the fact that he really did kill that woman. But Black people were on that jury, and they were just basically sick and tired of seeing Black people actually going to jail. So yeah, they said not guilty. We don't like to admit that, but yeah, there was some political, and there was some bias involved in that. Every jury is biased. Everyone is biased. You know what I mean? If this is one of the main reasons why they tell people who are on trial, you got to make sure that the jury likes you. They make sure that this person doesn't look like a complete psycho when they're sitting down and they're facing trial. There's reasons behind it.
And OJ was able to monetize off of that by writing a whole book that, if I did it, this is how I did it.
Right. And that goes to show you that people will do business with people who do crimes.
Of course.
But what I was going to say was, and what people have to understand is that this is like, as far as the jury in the OJ trial, I agree with Haran. And But that's what's happened to black people all the time, especially in the South, was you get an all-white jury, and whether they were guilty or not, they were going to jail.
Yeah.
So it's not
saw
that
an
two wrongs make
opportunity.
a right, but it was one of those times where you say, well, I've heard people say, well, hey, that happened to us all the time. So finally, we got one.
It's never about guilt or innocence. It's about politics, and it's about how you present your case. It's a game. It's like a sport. It's like
a game. It is a game. It's not what you can prove in court. It's not what is true. It's what you can prove in court.
And it's also who's being tried. If they're rich or poor. It's got a lot of stuff going. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. You're much more likely to get off if you have money.
I think
I'm going to say something.
Tate would have never gotten caught if he didn't mess with an American girl. Because listen, you mess with an American white girl, she's going to that embassy. And the embassy said, listen, I don't know what y'all need to do, but you got a human trafficking issue. And he got busted. And plus, if they don't nail Andrew Tate, they're definitely nailing his brother. I know for a fact on these dark servers how that man operates.
So do you think let's talk about the race factor for a minute, right? What do you think?
I wanted to make a comment about the video that's probably gonna set everybody off.
Oh, go ahead. What video?
You want Annalisa come up in here and take your head off? Go for it.
My head's fine right where it is. So half that video I agree with. The other half I disagree with.
What video?
The one that Tristan played.
Oh, go ahead. Why?
Well, because part of that is what he's saying is true. Like in America, we have done away with due process, and we have gone more towards the whatever the whatever the public believes. It's been every case has been, any case that's had anything questionable has been everybody's been presumed guilty first and have to prove innocence. Okay, when it's supposed to be the other way around. It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. But we tend to see cases like, okay, Judge Kavanaugh. All right, there's an example. This woman just claimed that he did this after 30 years, and there's no proof, no evidence, nothing to support it. Okay, but because of the court of public opinion, that guy, went through hell, just to clear his name. And that all it was all political because they just didn't want him in the Supreme Court. They wanted that seat to remain open for another judge. So they was like, you know what, we're going to fabricate this. And we don't even know if it's fabricated or not, but we're not even to really test this theory or even look into it. We're just going to just brand this guy that this is this. And then on top of that, then you had other senators come out and just say, you know what, you need to believe all women. Women don't lie, basically. You have to believe all of them. Every time somebody gets accused, you have to believe the victim or the alleged victim. You have to just outright believe them. So part of what he's saying is right when we have that narrative being pushed, saying that you have to assume that this person is telling the truth all the time, not thinking that people are not capable of lying and abusing the system to try to get their way. I say due process. Let all the evidence speak for itself, and if the evidence says that's what happened, then that's what happened. Lock his ass up. If it says he didn't do it, let him go. We can't be trying people on public opinion because that tends to ruin people's lives, in the long run.
That's why they say believe the women so they can get a fair due process. Women were at a point in time were not getting a process through sexual crimes. That's a fact. That's the thing.
Now that's not the time that we live in. You can't be referring back to something that happened years ago when we're in a different time and different era and things are being handled differently.
So my question is,
they need to investigate it. That's it. But if a woman comes years later and says I've been raped, they're not like, okay, like Andrew Tate said, oh, it happened in 1988. Okay, I left and texted her. I didn't text her back. That's done. That's what they're saying by, hey, believe the woman so she can get a fair due process. It's not a guilty until proven innocent thing.
But you said that the country has done away with due process. When has the country had due process?
when you have to prove that this person is guilty.
No, but when has
That's the
this
due
country
process.
had it? And because look how long it took for, look how many, let's just go with police shootings, right? How long did it take one police officer to get convicted after many police shootings? Like, when is a time period? Like, that sounds like Make America Great Again. What the fuck was it great? Like, when did we have due process in this country? There's always been some type of political climate. There's always been a different paradigm shift. So the process has gone with the paradigm shift or whatever that time period is. So this country's never had due process for real.
Okay,
And
maybe not in 100% capacity, but at least it had the spirit of due process a lot more than it does
the illusion.
today. Okay,
But
maybe
Well,
it's the illusion of it.
Well, democracy itself is an illusion.
Mhm.
It's still the fact that here's the thing, and what I was saying where I agree with him is like, yeah, nowadays over here in America, and I've literally there caught girls on video doing this, like talking about doing this. They're like, if he breaks up with me, I'm gonna tell everybody that he put.
Okay, let me.
I'm just saying.
Wait, let me.
I'm just saying.
I know, but I don't want where it's a slip. Rape is a
I know it. I know, but what I'm saying is that.
Let me just say this. Let me just interject really quickly, Glenn. Out of 1,000 rapes, only 300 are reported. Most of those men do not go to prison. So when you say a woman could ruin a man's life, there is a hell of a lot more men ruining the lives of women than there are women lying about rape. Matter of fact, lying about rape is very, very rare in comparison. The ratio is staggering in comparison to the men that are actually raping women and the rapes that go unreported. It's not even. It's not close to
nobody's saying that. I'm just saying we need to do the process.
Let me just say this. Regarding Andrew Tate wasn't saying it in the vein of, you know what, innocent men get accused. Andrew Tate was saying it in the vein of all the criminal acts that he talks about that he's done. He can't bribe the people. In certain countries, he can't bribe the people. I told you in the video, he's literally saying, I don't like that.
I was just going off of the one that Tristan played.
The cops don't take a bribe. But that's why you have to look at it collectively, right?
Well, I'm going off of what we just saw here. I know, and that's where I was like, I could agree with half of what he's saying. I'm saying, right. Yeah, because over here we lack due process as we're supposed to.
Tate is constantly talking about getting away with crime and not liking that he's in a country where he can't get away with crime. So you have to understand that that's the umbrella that he's talking about rape as well. He's constantly talking about where he can get away with crime. He is on video saying he likes Romania because you can get away with crime. Hello, Annalicia.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Jen.
Oh my God.
I'm literally in the bathroom because I don't want my people to think that I'm crazy when I unload this.
I'm crazy for you, girl.
I love you.
Just
listen.
No one's gonna get called out their name, Annalicia, today. So you can make your point. Everyone has their name up on the screen.
You know, but I was actually gonna come in here and apologize. Like I said to myself, the next time I see this individual, I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna recalibrate. But after hearing the simp come out of him, to the most unfortunate, I cannot. I will not. I simply will not ever.
But we can still be respectful.
So what I'm hearing is I'm going to stick beside him. Is that it, Glenn? You're going to stick beside him. Is that it?
He didn't say that.
No, that's what he's saying. That's what.
No, don't put words in my mouth.
He didn't say that.
I didn't say that at all.
Right.
I didn't say that at all. So
like,
don't
but just like
that.
he doesn't have to come out and say, "Hey, I am committing," even though he did, mind you. But he doesn't have to come out to say something, for him to have said it or for it to be true. So no, you're not using those words. But it's plausible deniability. That's what we call it. But you don't really have anything. You have nothing. You come up here and you say,
you know what plausible
the idea that
means?
you're going to release it up here and convince anyone that you have no idea. Oh, I don't know. I didn't listen to that. I haven't watched it. You and Andrew are in the same zeitgeist. It's the same vein. The line of business that you are in, the pickup artistry, the Manosphere, you guys are distant cousins, whatever the hell it is that you do. Number one, the idea that you're going to come here and lie and say, Tate, Gil, what? Sex trafficking? I don't know. I haven't heard. You know exactly what is going on. So you go, these guys up here.
Glenn and Andrew Tate are two totally different people.
Really?
They're
Jen?
not the same people.
So
Glenn and Andrew Tate are not the same people.
Let me say this to the fighter complex. It is an open panel, but you got to show your face. If you're going to come up here and hide, do not click that link, please.
No, like, you guys really believe he doesn't know what's going on with Andrew Tate? Really?
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's not whether we believe Glenn or not. It's that he's entitled to his own opinion.
No, but an opinion based on lies and fabrication. What is that? Is that an opinion?
Why don't you listen to what I said again? I said, one, I heard about all the accusations. I know what all the accusations were. I never said I never heard of them. So don't be twisting my narrative.
So you heard of them, and you're telling me you haven't watched the video that discussed it?
No, because it has nothing to do with me. I don't care about what's going on.
You're on this panel and you have conversations about things that have nothing to do with you every day. What are you talking about? But all of a sudden, and because you simp for him, you don't know anything.
Okay, so you're gonna try to pretend that you know who I am and what I do in my life?
You are an Andrew Tate simp. You wear knee pads for men.
No.
That is what I'm telling you.
No, hold on.
Here we go now.
Like, this is ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
No.
Every time.
Hold on. Let's not do this. Let's fight the complex. I told you have to cam up. You are not special, dude. I don't even know you. So if you want to be on my panel,
Anna,
you have to show your face.
Huron, stop. Because earlier you were you were hitting on all cylinders.
But I'm not disrespectful. I'm not disrespectful to Glenn.
First of all, when you're talking about women and women being women being essayed, the fact that that's even a talking point when most R's and essays are not reported, they are acutely underreported statistically and legally speaking, and B, when you say, oh yeah, these women are they're gonna go and they're gonna accuse this person of R-ing me so they can get what they want. What is that? Public humiliation? Social humiliation? What do you think it does for women to accuse? Like, what do you think it does? What do men really think? Men really think that somehow they become ostracized. I work with women who they become ostracized. Nobody wants to go near them, men and women. It's not something that women are lining up to do, to falsely accuse anyone of doing anything. The fact that this is a talking point in any community, among any race, is absolutely ridiculous. And more importantly, R's and essays are probably like, I think it was there's like 173,000 R kids. Do you say the R word here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What?
I can't
say great.
That men
really
use this as a talking point to substantiate anything.
I mean, we already done said it, Haran.
We did.
Wait, nobody said it.
Oh, men up here.
Yeah. I said it too.
Okay.
Self-admitted sex trafficker, and you have a man simping for him. Like, this is what's wrong with the world. It's these type of simps. This is what's wrong with the world.
So let's do this.
It's people like this. It's people like him that get Andrew Tate raped.
He didn't defend him at all. He said he doesn't have enough information.
I listened to everything. I know what I heard.
I know what you heard, but you can't call him a simp. No one's calling you out of your name, Annalicia. We love you, but let's not attack anybody. You can
first of all, he's simping. So I'm describing an act. I'm telling you what he is doing. He is simping.
He's not simping.
So I won't call him a simp, but he is simping. Okay, is everybody happy?
No, he's not simping.
Is that more politically correct?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, I don't agree with it. He's simping for Andrew Tate, like every other beta simp in the Manosphere, in the pickup artistry community, like every other man is doing who supports this sex trafficker. Yeah. He's doing the same thing. So, yeah, it is what it is.
She just gonna, y'all know she gonna steamroll.
So you heard? No, wait. So you heard this man say that he's in support of Andrew Tate. You heard this?
Now you're gonna get her going again.
No. I'm asking you a question.
Do those words have to come out of his mouth for it to be true?
Yes.
Well, then you and I fundamentally
Yes,
have
because it would
I
be a
believe that
fact.
just like Andrew
It
Tate
would be a
telling himself,
fact.
I believe that people can come up here and tell.
You are assuming because you did not hear what you wanted to hear. You are assuming
What's
that
the
he's in support of the gentleman.
He's saying that he part of Andrew's message he believes is true, which that is easily debunkable. There's nothing true about anything that has to do with women reporting. It's underreported. Talk about how underreported rape and sexual assault.
So you're saying that you're trying to say there's nothing true about false accusations?
I'm saying that the numbers are abysmal.
Who cares? Nobody's talking about the numbers. We're not talking about the numbers.
Hey,
We're not talking about the numbers. You're trying to twist and take the subject.
We call it statistically irrelevant. That is how
that's what you call it. That's what you call it.
Anna, you're like, hold on, you're gonna catch a heart attack. All right, so Glenn, I agree with her because before I used to think, you know how many women falsely accuse men until I really looked at the numbers. I'm like, damn, it's that low. It's that low, the numbers of so then at that point I kind of felt guilty because I used to say, oh, these women always trying to blame shit on us until I saw the numbers and I said, oh shit, like it's very
and maybe you have a different opinion when you're the one that's accused.
It's an opinion based on numbers. These opinions are based on numbers. What are you talking about? It's a different opinion.
Well, I agree. I disagree with your mind would change because let's say if I get pulled over by a cop and he lets me go, I can't run out and say racism doesn't exist because it didn't happen to me. Like racism still exists. I just ran into a cop that let me go. So even if a man gets falsely accused, he still can't say, well, women more than likely are going to falsely accuse a man.
Well, I don't know if this is what Glenn is saying, but I think what I heard was like, it's almost like, when people say, oh, the death penalty, I'm for the death penalty. Oh yeah, once in a while they get an innocent person. Well, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter unless you're that innocent person getting put on the electric chair and getting executed. You know what I mean? And that's when it's a big deal. So I don't know if that's what Glenn was saying.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Nobody wants to be the person that's being falsely killed or accused.
Right.
Well, to be honest, I thought Glenn was honestly being about trying to be equal and have due process equal across the board. That's been Glenn's shtick from inception. But when it comes to,
right, but Tristan, that's his shtick because again, he's grifting in real time. You guys really think he's not plugged in and he's not online and he doesn't know exactly what's going on with this guy's case? You guys are delusional. He knows exactly what time it is. He's up here grifting because he wants to cop a plea because he's simping. Because again, once again, aligning yourself with an individual like Tate, as absolutely disgusting as he is lucrative. It's lucrative, period. And for the fact that
nobody even you are so like I swear I think you need to get your hearing checked because I never even said I aligned with him.
My brand. Stop lying. You would kill to have him on your podcast. Cut the shit.
I'd kill to have him on my podcast.
Everyone's gonna take the views, Anna. People gonna take those views. I'm sorry. People are gonna take the views on that. No matter what about Andrew Tate, they know he's a view whore. Like they're gonna take.
Why do you guys have him up here saying, "Oh, I know guys that know him and they wouldn't lie about him and they wouldn't associate with him because of the businesses that they're in and blah 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 blah."
But we also took him to task for
the worst public defender I've ever seen in my whole life.
Well, good.
We also took him to task.
But you shouldn't be on panels either because you are a remedial.
Neither should you, because you don't hear what anybody says. You like dumb as hell with this shit.
Just because you know how to grift does not mean that you are intellectually inclined.
Hold on a minute. Thank you for the super chat, Don Levon. Don Levon says, Jen, read this chat to end this madness. I wanted to walk. I didn't get to say welcome, Fighter Complex. Fighter Complex, what is your opinion in general about this? We didn't even get your opinion. We jumped right into this.
Now, I was gonna say earlier, there always people are gonna jump into conclusions a lot of times just because they don't like the person. Mm-hmm. It's like it's not like back in the day when there was no social media. An example, Meg Meg the Stallion, and what's the other chick? What up?
Tory Lanez.
Tory,
Lanez.
right? Now, you
Your connection, bro.
Is that me or that's him?
that's me.
No, go ahead.
Are you good now?
Okay. All right, you know how like the jury's not supposed to know, anything about the person's character and like, but now they're so into the story that their perception on the case and the facts and what really happened could be warped because they have Instagram, they have Twitter, they have Facebook. So that's the earlier, that's what I meant when I said in the comments that nowadays if you don't like someone, they're automatically guilty before you even get to the courtroom and really look at the evidence.
So right, that's it. It's just the court of public opinion. I don't subscribe to that. I don't agree with that. Even though I find him to be repugnant, like other members on this panel, just to be a repugnant human being, that doesn't mean that I'm not someone who is. I'm a fact finder. I'm a fact checker. I absolutely agree with due process. Like that, I 100% believe in that. This is not about how repugnant he is as a human being. Some life will catch up with him in other ways for that. The life has a way of doing that. This is about crimes that he has admitted to. This is about business dealings, illegal business dealings that he has admitted to being a part of, that he has admitted to not just being a part of, but facilitating and starting. This is literally about the things that he is saying that's coming out of his mouth. Fuck the court of public opinion. Who cares if people like him or don't like him? He committed crimes and he needs to be held accountable, legally speaking. That's the way that life is supposed to work. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care what color you are. If you're going to exploit women, if you are going like not just women, honestly, it's others. It's these niggas out here are getting simped and gorilla pimped. Like they're literally sending him all the money in their bank accounts to sign up for his what is it, the Hustlers University, the pyramid scheme essentially. Like everyone, he has victims everywhere, men and women. Period. He needs to be held accountable. People up here talking about, I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on with this guy. Innocent until proven guilty. Bullshit. It's bullshit. Period.
Let me read this super chat real quick.
Oh, they about to get read.
B said, y'all got the capes out hard for Glenn for him to act as if Tate is about false allegations when Tate has told on himself is absurd. If Glenn was a black man, y'all would let Anno go off on him. So here's the thing. I don't let anybody go off.
No, Jen, that person is absolutely right.
Okay. I don't let
that person's right.
Go off on anybody up here. I try to keep it fair. I don't know if you're new to my channel or old to my channel, but I do my best to keep it fair. However, these are adults on the panel. The only thing
how y'all turn this into a black man being a victim so quickly?
I'm gonna say me and Ron are black. I said she don't go.
What are you doing, man?
No.
What are you fucking doing, man?
That person is right. Whoever that person
is, but why is this? Why are you searching to turn this into a situation? How can I turn a black man into a victim?
Okay, listen. We'll take black men out of it. Just stop fucking crying. You guys,
no, nobody's fucking crying. No, let me explain something you said. Let me explain something you said. Let me explain something you said. Don't you ever in your life.
Okay, like I was saying,
speak to me in that tone.
I came up here and I addressed Glenn, and all of you guys, all of a sudden, everybody was like, "Oh no, Glenn was fair. Glenn was balanced. Glenn wasn't supporting anybody." Rewind the tape. You guys are delusional.
Hold on, Annalisa.
Rewind the tape.
Hold on, Annalisa, hold on, because now you're running with it. I never said that. I said he is entitled to his opinion. On a jury, you're going to find people that sound like Glenn. You're going to find people that said, matter of fact, this is a pretty good panel for a jury. We all have strong fucking opinions. We're all from different walks of life. The only thing I said about Glenn is he is entitled to his opinion. Matter of fact,
that's exactly what we said.
If he sat up here and said, I love Andrew Tate, it is his fucking right.
Exactly.
It's fucking right. I don't have to agree with him. And that was my only point. Whether he's black, white, brown, or purple, I give zero fucks. And I think people know that much about me. So I didn't say, oh, Glenn is being fair. I was arguing with Glenn for about 15, 20 minutes. Glenn and I disagree often.
Now, B, you can come up, B. You can come up and let's have a debate. If you think that I'm over here caping for a white man and sucking some white man's kneecaps, you can feel free to come up. You can feel free to come up here, and we can have a debate.
Well,
but
I will be honest, though. I have one thing to say. I will be honest. If this was a jury, I would vote not guilty or guilty, depending on the way the voting goes, so I can stay an extra day for the free food. I'll be honest.
I even agree with welcome Brienne LaFay to the panel. I even agree with Fighter Complex, where now cases are different because there's so many people talking about the crime before we even get to the court case. So I agree with that. Tory Lanez and Meg Thee Stallion was a great example. I mean, the chatter online was through the roof. So by the time the court case came, we done tried the case. We done locked up Tory Lanez, or we were on the opposite end where we was like, we don't believe that bitch. Black women always lying. So these cases are polarizing. They are tried online. This is what happens. However, I said that I don't think that applies, in my opinion, I don't think that applies to Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate is constantly telling on himself, okay? His narcissism got to him, and now he's fucked because the lawyer that broke down his case said this is easy for the prosecution because they have so much footage of Andrew Tate explaining his own crimes. So I don't think that this is that. Welcome, Brienne. What say you? And Alicia, I didn't want you to go. I just want you to allow everyone to have their opinion.
No, her phone died. Remember she said.
Okay, so maybe she'll plug in.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hi, we're really good.
How are you doing?
Good. So I guess I wanted to add just that I've been listening on and off, but pretty much what I heard is you guys talking about evidence and obviously about this viral person. I spent a year in a paralegal program last year, and it's to the point to where a lot of this is like public opinion, and I haven't seen all of the evidence, so I guess that's not necessarily what I wanted to talk about. It's just, especially when it comes to viral people and famous people, so much information is on the internet, and I don't believe everyone is 100% truthful on the internet. So I would wait to the actual court case, which possibly will be public like these other ones have, before I make a full judgment. Again, I've seen a lot of his viral videos, but these things you're talking about as far as what he's said to incriminate himself, obviously I'm curious about those, but I haven't done that type of research. But being in a paralegal program, there are so many things you have to even put into place before you even start getting into public opinion, because public opinion is typically after the case is done, and this is a very different time in history where you're having a lot of opinions on someone before the case even starts, before the lawyer even makes a full official statement on behalf of their client. So I'm just learning a lot listeing.
Thank you for that opinion. I agree.
I concur 100%.
Go ahead, No Saint.
Yeah, you were about to bring up something before we went off again. You were about to bring up, you were start talking about race, and I was interested in where that was going to go.
I fucking forgot. Oh, this is what I'm like. I forgot, but I did want to get into the race aspect of this, and I wanted to say that there has been chatter in public opinion that the reason why Andrew Tate got taken down is because he was attacking white women, whereas on the opposite side, Kevin Samuels did that for a very long time, but he attacked Black women, and he wasn't banned from anything. As a matter of fact, he was given more access to social media. But Andrew Tate, they're saying that women band together to get him banned after all the stuff he said about women. Specifically, he was talking about white women. The women that worked his webcam company were white women. So is race also a factor? Why did Kevin Samuels have free reign to say whatever he wanted about Black women, which was really, really a lot of horrible things, and Andrew Tate got nipped at the bud?
Because it's Black women. Yeah, I'm the fucking power. Look, if R. Kelly had touched a white girl, they'd have sent a surface to air missile to his mansion. That is a fact. Okay, that is a fact. You do anything to white people, white treatment and Black treatment, Two totally different things in this world. As a matter of fact, a lot of you brothers actually treat white women better than you treat black women. So if you really want to dig deeper into that, B, you know what I mean? A lot of you deify white people. And this goes to a lot of this goes to a lot of black women who deify white men. So if you really want to go down this road of how race influences people's opinions and behaviors, just really, really take a long, hard look and really think about that for a second and understand that, yeah, black people are also, you know what I mean, very guilty of treating white people differently than other black people.
So my opinion. I was just gonna. So my opinion on that is that, first of all, I don't know any white person that knows this person. Okay, but let's just say I'm not denying what Haran's saying, that there is a difference. But in this case, was Kevin Samuels admitting to crimes on the internet? Was he admitting to pimping out women and telling people? I think they're two different. I think there's a reason why this guy is under investigation, and I don't think it has to do with him pimping out white women.
Okay, so I'm just talking about being banned from social media, being too.
Being banned for social media.
Black women have banned.
I mean, again, the only thing I could say about that is you'd have to find out what the rules are, say on YouTube and everything, and did he violate those rules by talking about these crimes that he was doing?
You listen, the way the rules are set up on YouTube or on social media in general is like the rules in this country. There's always something there to trip you up when they're ready to trip you up. And they're going to trip up who they want to trip up. So it's very, very blatant. Like, for instance, you have people like him or people like Kevin Samuels or whoever, right? Versus someone who can just put out I've seen so many people lose their entire channel because they will put up something that is deemed anti-vax that came from CNN, that's an actual article from the CDC, but if it goes against the official narrative, they lose their entire channel. So I've seen people just put up one post, lose their entire channel, and versus someone like him that's inciting hate towards women who keep their channel. So it's always a loophole there to trip up who they want to trip up. Trust me on that. So they wanted to trip him up.
Well, to be honest, Andrew Tate was banned off of everything for 5 years. One thing Haran knows, one thing's about these algorithms, they're very powerful and they can radicalize people in a hurry. Andrew Tate had influence where he was radicalizing men. So he was banned almost immediately. But when it comes to Kevin Samuels, he doesn't have that type of influence.
So you don't think Kevin Samuels radicalized black men, and are radicalized white men more dangerous than radicalized black men?
Yeah.
Yes.
But we have to be honest. Who's more likely to take their actions outside of a YouTube screen, black or white people?
White people.
Thank you.
And I would say
that
you have more of a pool to pull from white people too. So it's a lot easier to get white people to radicalize a bigger population of white people for sure that will take action.
Coxodia. Oh yeah. There are actual reports that I specifically know about where Andrew Tate. Reason why the main group that's kind of upset Andrew Tate is in jail is who are the people that took over Iraq, or was it Iraq? Was it Taliban? Yeah, the Taliban. He was radicalizing those people because most people who are radicalized by Andrew Tate tend to lean over to Islam, where the Taliban can actually use that to radicalize them even more. It's an actual CIA thing.
Isn't he Muslim?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He was a known radicalizer, and they were profiting off of that. So it is a fact. I said that man was he was a weapon, I can say.
I have to agree with this again. There's a whole, I said that in my monologue, like there's a whole world. YouTube is a planet. Outside of YouTube, a lot of people don't know your heroes. They just don't know the Andrew Tates and the Kevin Samuels. They are not known off of YouTube. I agree with Don Levon. He said, no one I know even knows who Kevin Samuels is. That is correct. I've asked my family members, I've asked my friends, unless you're on YouTube and frequent YouTube, these men are not known. They are your heroes, but they are not known outside of planet YouTube. Comprende? I don't understand why they make these men bigger than they are. It's like the Wizard of Oz.
Jen, did I miss something? Because you guys were saying that's what Glenn was saying, blah, blah, blah. What did I miss?
I don't know, Annalisa. I want you to get off of Glenn. Please give us your opinion on Tate, Kevin Samuels, or whatever, but get off of Glenn. There's a whole panel up here.
Yeah, but there's only one simp on the panel.
No, he's not a
Here
simp.
we go, man.
We can't do that. We can't do really strong. Come on.
I don't know when. I don't know. Okay, so the what's the question being posed?
Hold on, super chat break. Juana Washington, thank you for the super chat. Juana says the world is not set up for every man to be an alpha man like Tate teaches.
Oh boy,
he is more dangerous than Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
he's not alpha. He's a criminal. There's a difference.
What's interesting about Andrew is that his audience is largely incel, or largely comprised of incels, largely comprised of what I would say are unselect males, largely comprised of what he would consider a beta male. Because that's how he got the Hustlers University off the ground. That's how he was able to monetize it, and it became lucrative, and he made millions or whatever he made. They were doing his bidding. They were promoting it. They were selling it for him. So that's what's interesting about Andrew Tate. His audience are the very men that he is talking about or describing as men who are throwaways, who really shouldn't even be in society. So that's what's interesting to me. Like the fact that men themselves don't understand that is also interesting to me. I don't know if that speaks to their, maybe they're devoid of some type of like critical awareness or critical any analytical thought. It's interesting to me. It's interesting that he has simps and betas doing his work for him, copying pleas for him, putting money in his account for him. Like it's interesting.
But that happened. But that's not gender specific. There are female influencers online, and if you say anything sideways about them, like you'll have a slew of women attacking you as well.
We're not going to act like it's analogous, and we're not going to act like it's even proportionate, because YouTube itself is largely male dominated and male centered. We're not going to act like it's men and women are in the space or their levels of popularity are equal. On YouTube, that's not the case at all. And there are popular women who are on YouTube and they make money, but YouTube, generally speaking and historically speaking, is a white, white male-oriented and dominated space.
No, so I agree with you. I don't think it's I think it's disproportionate. I agree with you, and I've even said that the women that are doing the opposite of the Kevin Samuels and the Andrew Tates are a necessary evil. They have to be here. Those women have to exist.
Because I have a question.
Go ahead, Brianne.
I've never heard that term in that way. When you said throwaways, what does that mean?
It means they're garbage. Throw away garbage, right?
Like dispensable?
Well, in relation to a human, I don't know what that means.
And they're dispensable, exactly. Sorry? Can you follow up with something?
Well, she's not explaining right. When they mean by throwaways, there are people, like she said, are deemed disposable towards society or the forgotten, right? That's what she means by that. That's the phrase, internet slang for it, as the throwaways.
I don't know. It seems like this tends to happen also with politics too. you're never gonna find this dreamland, this utopia ever when it comes to anything. I think people, they're trying to find like the right balance. Like it's never gonna happen. There's a bunch of channels on there that they're women that they're evil. These women are evil, but you know, I don't say, oh, they should be canceled. They should kick that woman off of YouTube and social. I don't think like that. I think uh Andrew Tate is a necessary evil or demon, if you want to call him that. Because I'm going to be real with you. Nowadays, men are so freaking soft.
So wait a minute. Hold on. So he's a
soft.
necessary evil. Can you unpack
Yeah,
that for me?
I think, yeah, why not? I think, why not?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
explain that. What do you
unpack
mean
that
by
for
that?
me. He's necessary. Men are soft. And you think that he's somehow making men what?
I don't know. I mean, who agrees, or who is he affecting? Who believes in him?
No, answer my question. No. If men are soft,
okay, go ahead.
What is he making men? Why is he necessary?
Because people are becoming soft. Men have become soft.
So you think that a man getting men to pay his bills, or you think that a man getting other?
Oh, I don't.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
I didn't look at. Okay,
I want you to unpack it. I have to understand, because I fundamentally disagree with you.
Go ahead.
Think that a man getting weak, directionless, remedial young men to do his biddings makes those men strong? So they're literally establishing his net worth, his life, setting him up, making sure he's good. They saw, and even when he was banned, a lot of them were on YouTube and they were acting as his mouthpiece. You think that makes them stronger?
No, it's not that. Right? We're speaking on influence, correct?
That's you don't think that that's influence?
Or you can't do that. You have to let me speak. You can't just ask me questions.
Well, if you don't think it's influence, then I'm going to have to give you another example. That is 100% him influencing.
Miss,
influence.
Calm down. Are you on something right now? What the fuck?
All right. Talking about? We're going. It's a back and forth. I'm responding. Like, calm down.
All right. Okay, I see what we're doing here. All right, listen. It's influence, right? Most of the people, everyone that watches him doesn't contribute to his pockets. Everyone that is not paying. They're just watching. They're hearing his perspective on things. So he's influencing people. He influences more people than of the people that contribute to his luxurious lifestyle. So I think it's.
You haven't told me what
I think
and why it's positive though.
On right, he's influencing young men
to do what? To do what?
And I think it's a necessary evil. That's what I'm saying. Because
let me ask a question. Fighter Complex.
Go ahead.
What do you think that Andrew Tate is influencing the average man to do? Just answer that. Like, what is he influencing him to do? After he watches Andrew Tate 50 hours, let's say, what does that man walk away with, and what is he now able to do?
I think they're like downloading these certain thoughts, these ideas in their head about be a little tougher, but stop being a pussy, and like, toughen the fuck up, attack life. Don't stop being that's how I look at it. I'm trying to be. I don't go on YouTube and I look at these people like, oh, these are my role models, but certain people do. Certain people, they don't have that. They don't have a boxing coaches. They don't have a big brother, an uncle, a father. So they come online to kind of look for a replacement for that, right? For a substitute. And sometimes this is what they need now. I guess this is what people need.
Okay, can I have a question? I have a question.
Go ahead, absolutely.
So you see him as essentially, again, you didn't give an example. I want to make sure that we understand.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So let me help you. Okay, so if it were me, I would have said, hey, Andrew's giving good advice. Here's an example. He says to men, after you take a shit, make sure you wipe your ass and get in there and make sure you do it properly. That would be an example. Let me give you another example. Hey, go to the gym, get fit. Get
I think he speaks.
Hold on. You didn't do any of that, right? But let me ask you a question. Do you think that him or his message, a message being disseminated
I don't know.
Where millions can see. I don't care if Fighter Complex doesn't subscribe or adhere to the nonsense. But he has millions of followers, millions of subscribers and viewers and this and that. So if he's saying to his viewers, you know, in order to if you're a woman, if you're with a woman and she's doing something you don't like, for example, she pisses you off. If you want to get her in check, men, what you need to do is sexually manipulate her. What you need to do is change the way that you have sex with her, right? Like don't tell her what the problem is. Don't communicate, right? So we see no advocating for healthy communication of any kind. He says, hey, change your stroke game. Don't kiss her. Treat her like a hoe. Let her wonder. Let her wheels spin. Would you say that that's good advice?
He said that?
Yeah. Do you want the video?
He said worse than that.
I'm giving it. I just want to know if he thinks that. I just want to know because that's his brand, that's his message. And there's the marginal, the very small, tiny amount of advice that you say is good is what I said. Wipe your ass and go to the gym. That's what it's tantamount to. That is what that's what it's equivalent to in terms of sort of the contrast of the overall message that he is spreading to the world. So do you think that that's good or bad?
I would say it depends what your goal is. Do you want to have sex with more women? Like what is your
this is your girlfriend, this is your wife, and if she's not doing what you want, don't tell her. Just change your stroke game, stop kissing her. After you guys have sex, go in the other room. Treat her like a hoe. Have her wonder. Does he love me? He doesn't love me anymore.
Okay.
Now I have to.
I want to pose the same question. I want to really quickly pass the mic. I want to pose the same question to Glenn. Glenn, what do you think?
So what do I think that Andrew Tate is providing to men?
Yes.
And why he's in this position that he's in? Culturally, the culture created this vacuum, right? And this vacuum allowed him to rise and be this polarizing character because he was so much opposite of what everyone else is. And they see that the success that he has and the things that he, you know, they see his success and they see his life. And the guys that are struggling with women, the guys that are struggling with trying to figure out what they're going to be when they grow up in their 30s, you know, they don't have a role model or anybody to kind of point them in a direction. We have a generation of lost young men, you know, that just don't have direction. And so what this guy offers them, whether you believe it's good or not, or whatever the case is this what he's offering these disenfranchised young men is like a rule book, a tool guide. Like here's a map, you know, like, and I don't believe in maps. I don't believe in that stuff. Okay. Cause I don't like even giving people prescriptions myself because my experiences are completely different than your experiences.
Can I check real quick?
A map. Hold on. Wait a minute. He answered the question. A map to do what and a map to go where? That's what he's providing. These young disenfranchised men. That's probably not the right word. But what
that's the word I used, and that's the word that
definitely the wrong word.
According to you, you're not the standard. You're not the standard. So make sure it's your opinion.
All right, that's fine. Where does the map lead?
It leads to them going after what they want. If that's what they want.
Bugatti?
I don't know.
Okay, so where does it lead? Like, okay, so let me give you. I'm an impressionable, remedial, disenfranchised young man. Okay. I want to be like Andrew Tate. I want a Bugatti. I want a webcam business. I don't value. He doesn't value marriage, so I mean that marriage must be valueless.
Let's be real. Marriage has been valueless in this country.
Marriage is way more valuable to men. It always has been, and it always will be. So we're not going to do that. Let's not do that. Men do much better in marriage than women do. That's a fact. Jen and
you can't speak on everything. You know, you just every time you open your mouth, you don't have any facts or anything to support what you say.
Okay,
It's just opinion.
That coming from you means
Seriously.
nothing. I promise you, sir. That coming from you
Hold on,
means
to
nothing.
you, but I could
Where
provide
does the map
everything I
lead?
say. I could provide
Where
facts
does the
for
map
everything I say.
So let's be clear. Let's be clear. Everything we're saying about Andrew Tate tonight is opinion, except for the shit that he incriminated himself on. But we have
where does the map lead,
opinions. But he incriminated himself. He said himself. He talked about the tax fraud. He talked about his con game. He talked about his pimp game. He talked about getting away with crimes in Romania. He talked about where he doesn't like living because he can't get away with crimes or bribe the police. That's not opinion. That's not opinion. That came out of Tate's mouth. Really quickly, super chat break. Thank you for the super chat, Joanna. Joanna Washington says, Tate teaches men to tap into their masculine by setting goals to be a better man. That's the positive, but everyone has a dark side. I want to respond to something. Hold on. I want to respond.
The fuck is that?
Hold on. I want to respond to something Fighter Complex said. I understand where he's coming from, where he's like, look, these people are lost and they're looking for this, this guy. The problem is something that Don Levon said here. Don, where's your give me 1 second. Nobody jump in. Give me 1 second. Everybody breathe. Count to 10.
Anna.
Well, Don Levon, I can't find it now. Okay. I can't find it now, but basically Don Levon. Okay, here it is. When we were young, young men had pimps and drug dealers to look up to. Tate is the new alpha pimp. I agree with that 100%. The guy that looked like he was winning in the neighborhood is the guy that got the younger guys to look up to him. And sometimes those guys were the pimps and the drug dealers. But now it's transferred to YouTube, right? These guys are criminals. Let's call a spade a spade. Andrew Tate is a criminal, right? Kevin Samuels was a persona. He I don't know if he was a criminal, but we know he was behind on child support and twice divorced. So he wasn't even the man that he was presenting. A lot of these guys, these relationship coaches, are criminals, but because it looks like they're winning and they're telling you, I got a Bugatti, I got $100 million, I live in a mansion, I could fuck bitches all over the world. That's what young men look up to. So even though there's some little nuggets in there, wash your ass, go to the gym, work out, make sure a bitch don't think you care about her. Even though there's little nuggets that make men feel like they're winning, they do more bad than good. That's just my opinion. Someone else may think Andrew Tate is the bee's knees, but I think him and all these characters, all these fake coaches who are not qualified, by the way, who've never studied a book or anything on relationships, I think they do more bad than good. That's my opinion.
And I think that was a wonderful analogy that they used, because we've lived long enough. The analogy that they used about the pimps and the drug dealers, right? Like, it was so glaring and alluring when we were younger and they were dressed and they was driving, but we've lived long enough to know how this story ends. Okay. We lived long enough to see, where are they now?
And where's Andrew Tate now?
I want to understand something, because again, I feel like the question hasn't been asked. Like, no one's actually, like, one prescription that he has made that allegedly makes men better. Has anybody done that?
Okay. So I'm gonna respond to that, but you have to let me speak.
No, I will, but you have to answer the question.
All right, but you have. We're not in the courtroom. You're not just Judy.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Right. Okay. So an example, right? Ric Flair. Macho Man Randy Savage, WWF. These things have always existed, but now it's on a grander
scale. You're not answering my question. You're filibustering and pontificating. You are not answering my question. I want a specific prescription from this.
Hold on, calm down. Officer, calm down. So
no. Answer the question.
Calm down. We're gonna keep going back and forth. So,
I'm not going to go back and forth.
Okay, these things
Annalisa, let him answer the way he answers, and then you can rebut. Just let him answer.
Just talk while on mute, and it works out. I do it all the time.
I can't even get my point across. All right, so these things have always existed, right? So people go to a guy like him out of desperation. So maybe they're having difficulty with this, getting women, or maybe getting in shape. Everyone doesn't go to him for the same reasons, and I'm not saying that he's right or wrong. I'm just saying that why do people judge that? Who's supposed to be the role model if not him? Who? Steve Harvey? Like who's supposed to be who's supposed to be the role model for young men who feel like they're outcasted? Who?
Their dad?
I feel
Their
like
actual fathers.
And you have
They don't have fathers. They don't
But
have
that's the problem. That's the problem. It starts at home. Look, listen. The devil said a few true shit in the Bible. He's still the devil. Okay, that doesn't absolve the fact that he is
I'm
what
sorry,
he
did
is.
you answer my question or no?
You know what I mean? Now, I'll just say one thing real quick. It starts at the home, man. The only thing that Andrew Tate really exposed is that there's a lack of male leadership in the home.
Listen, the fact that you guys think that these boys are like went to him out of desperation, and you don't think that there was already a predisposition of either a misogyny, self-loathing, that was already there. That was already there. All Andrew did was pull it out of him. All Andrew did was make it okay for you to do it. Make it popular. Oh, you feel that way about women? Look, I feel that way, and I have a Bugatti, and I have hundreds of millions of dollars, and I have a webcam business. That's all he did. You think that he turned these boys or these men into like women? No, that was already there. That was already there.
And now let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, right?
No, you didn't answer my question.
Okay, all right. So
you didn't give me one thing.
You like to talk. All right, so
really quickly, since we got a lot of people in the room, I don't read $2 super chats. So if you're in my chat with a $2 super chat, read it to yourself.
Oh my God.
Let me say something here. What happened with Andrew Tate? There was a vacuum. I mean, the vacuum means that as we pointed out, where was the dads? Well, there's no dads in the home. You already pointed that out, Jen, right? There was no male leadership for these people to go to that they felt like they could model after, right? Because they just didn't have guidance. There was a lack of guidance and lack of influence or positive influence in these young men's lives that created this vacuum for this individual, this character to rise up to become so polarizing and captivating that people were like drawn to. You know, it's like to say that, oh, there was just there were just misogynists from the begin with. No, I don't even think that's all the case. Maybe for some, but not for all. Maybe for a few, but not for everyone. I think some guys just wanted somebody to be like, man, I want to be successful. Like this guy. This guy's successful. Maybe I don't want to do a porn business, but you know what? I want to have that drive and that passion that, like, you know, he does to be successful.
But you understand his version of success has to do with exploiting women. You understand that he has.
I just said maybe the guy doesn't want to do the things that he did, but he wants to have that drive to be successful.
So what?
It's delusion. You guys are.
So what I'm understanding is that this guy takes up a vacuum and shows he's successful. I mean, there's got to be better role models out there that can take up that vacuum. And to me, all it's saying is that he's just the average person on the street that people look up to that are making fast money, quick money off of other people's misery. That's all that means, Glenn. Glenn, you're talking about the disenfranchised and acting like this guy's a role model for these guys. He's not a role model.
I never said that he was a good role model. I'm just telling you the position that he's played. Again,
you said he was.
Listen to what I say. I
and he'll never
he's
be
a
more
good role model for these
people.
Randy
Savage,
I said that he has the vacuum.
Savage, what?
I said because of the vacuum that we have, and there's no male leadership that these young men are seeing. They're drawn to the bright, shiny
They're drawn
thing.
to a man that exploits women. They're drawn to a man that literally has built an entire.
And guess what? The entire entire country of Germany was drawn to Hitler. So I mean, people do fall for the wrong people.
Not Schindler.
Please don't. Please don't.
Oh my God.
You guys can't stop simping for this man. Like, you know, you can write him in jail, right? You can send him canteen money too.
What's his
Super chat break, quickly. Super chat break. Thank you, Don Lamont, for the super chat. Don Levon says, in today's society of very metrosexual men, anything that looks masculine is gonna win with both men and women.
Right? He wears the tightest clothes I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're not going to do that either.
So she has a, you know what, right?
Either.
People didn't have an
We're
uproar.
not going to do that either.
There was no uproar when Prince was stepping on stage
He's not Prince.
with the ass part,
How
with the booty kicks out, right? No,
She said,
How dare you?
you.
He's not Prince. How dare you?
Where you?
What?
Don't blaspheme. Don't talk about Prince.
You're
okay.
They talk for him about Prince.
They don't say nothing about Lil Nasty X, right? What he's doing.
Who's that?
Lil Nas X.
Lil Nas X. I call him Nasty X.
They always do. They say something about him all the time.
No. Henry Luzzy in the chat. Send me $100 and I'll mute her mic.
Yeah, they say
kill yourself.
all the
Listen,
time.
pussy, kill yourself, and she'll do it.
Don't say that.
How about that?
Let's
Kill
not
yourself.
say that. We can't say that. Let's not say that. We don't want anyone to die. Okay.
Okay. My honest take, because I'm tired. My honest take is Andrew Tate has found a way to exploit both genders. And people are forgetting that. I said he attacked the mentally vulnerable, weak men of society who were stuck on their computers in the basement at home. I believe most of these men do have fathers in the house, but their father like this, why is my son a little weird? I said it sounds like those type of kids, like my son's not acting like me, like throw a football, but he loves the allure of Andrew Tate though. There will always be that type of hypocrisy in the male mind where it's like, you know what, I want to go to the gym, but let me watch a motivational running video. You know what, I'm good, I'm not gonna go to the gym. That's how it goes. So I think, and then he's been about to be indicted on sex trafficking, on human trafficking, and with all this evidence piled against him, it looks like he's going to be going to jail. And that's just really it. I said if you're scamming somebody, there is no exit plan. That's why all I need to say is say, hey, you just need to work hard, slap a woman on their ass, and tell her she ain't shit. I don't need to tell you what you need to do to be successful in life. I just need to tell you that and show you I'm driving a Ferrari. That's where it is. There's no exit plan.
I need to say something real quick. Cactus Jack, you will comment. I see what people are saying about black women now. Don't come for black women. I understand you might have an issue with the way Ann Elisa speaks. I get it. I understand, but this is not the opportunity for you to attack black women collectively. And I'll leave it at that.
Listen, if we want to do the black woman, black man thing, we could do it. Not you, Haran, the remedial cuck in the chat. Yeah, no, we can do that. You know,
she called him a cuck. She's been in Destiny chat too long.
I will do it all day. So you can call me. You can talk about black women as much as you want, but listen,
I do want to acknowledge that, because you're right. They probably did have fathers in the home, but dad works a regular job. He pays the bills. He's day to day. He has a womanizer. You know what I mean? He's not a womanizer. So of course Andrew Tate is more attractive. You got this tall guy. He's fit. He can beat people up. He fucks a lot of bitches, and he takes bitches' money. He makes bitches work for him, and they give him money. So that's more attractive. That is more attractive than dad, who comes home tired with his gut, drinks his beer, and watches the game. You're absolutely right.
But I think that first of all, listen. My name is on the screen. You can't spell it. Like you're like, come on. Listen, I think that whether the men, and I understand obviously boys need fathers, they need direction, they need role models. But there's something to be said about men who are drawn to misogyny in the way that these guys are clearly clearly drawn to misogyny. There's something to be said about that from a social standpoint, from a psychological standpoint. And you guys can cop please as much as you want and say, I don't think that they had these ideologies and feelings about women beforehand. And I would argue that if they were little basement gremlins, they absolutely had resentment towards women. They absolutely probably were mentally, socially, and emotionally defective. So they were probably bad with women. So I would argue that those things were already there. They were already there. All Andrew did was make it okay for it to be there and make it okay for you to be loud about it too, to monetize it and to actually exploit women to the furthest extent with power, money, influence, sex, coercion, and the list goes on.
That I agree with to a point, but majority, I would say 98% of those people that he are fans with, yeah, they can get strong, they can get buff, they can do all the Andrew Tate steps, but 10 out of 10, if they bump into me or Haran, it's gonna be a fight or flight mode that's gonna happen. They want to be perceived as something that they're not. They're not tough, or they wouldn't be talking to Andrew Tate. I said
Sir,
they're
I'm
not.
not. Sir, I'm not tough. I'm square. I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, okay. Your voice says different. I'm pulling the whole stereotype on your black ass. Okay.
Really quickly, super chat break. Donovan, thank you for the super chat. Donovan says the men that follow Tate don't see him exploiting women on social media. They just hear him speak and see him drive his cars on YouTube.
That's a lie. What? And this is what I'm talking about. This is cognitive dissonance. He will go on the Bald and Burnt podcast talking about, this is how you get a woman. This is how you get a woman to submit to you. This is how you get a woman to listen to you. He has books. These niggas are taking notes. So that is not true. That's a lie. That's another lie.
It's not really Andrew. It's his brother who happened to have my same first name. So his brother is slick. I said, why do you think he is the brains of everything? So I said it's his brother.
Regardless, I really think when people come on here and say, these men don't know because they don't see the harm and he's a net positive. I don't know how much cognitive dissonance is going on because he explicitly and overtly will talk about how to manipulate women to get what you want from them, how to be up here and make sure women are down here. He has gone on and on. He has it's just not true. It's not true.
Well, I have to say it's true because he has teenager friends. You got to remember, every push for most influencers are teenagers.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. Like, most of these people who follow him have to be, in my head, they have to be men or teens who have a problem getting dates. Because men who just walk out the door and get dates, that's not going to appeal to them. They're going to look past it and be like, that's some bullshit. They're going to be able to see right through it, and it's just going to be like this. They're just going to keep scrolling. Like, he's not going to register to them.
Respectfully, you have a grown man, probably very old, on this panel now, copying a plea for him. You have other men in the YouTube space who are grown men copying pleas for a sex trafficker. So while I understand maybe the larger demographic may be younger individuals, there are still old men, pappies, who absolutely do the exact same thing. The same thing. Like, I don't think that age is a variable. I believe that it's the misogyny, it's the resentment towards women, it's the false ideology or the false idea of I guess dominating women. It has nothing to do with.
She's muted.
You.
Thank God.
And she still don't see it. Oh, this is hilarious.
Yo, Jen, I'm not gonna lie. You guys kind of look alike a little bit.
Who?
You and Alicia.
Listen, we're not gonna act like it's only young men. That's all. You have.
No, we're not saying that. We're saying like majority, probably are teenagers, because most influencers are pushed in these algorithms because of teenagers.
Yeah.
Either teenage boys or teenage girls.
But I was saying
But on
teens
YouTube-
and men who have a problem getting women, especially the women they want. Those
I
are
agree, Lily.
you know, like I can't see.
No, but even like how many men on YouTube, like, and especially really like the popular YouTubers, how many of them are pumping out videos, copying a plea for this sex trafficker, talking about, oh, it's because of the Matrix, it's the women, like it's grown men doing it. It's grown men.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I agree that it's grown men, but what I'm saying, the grown men are, in my head, they are men who have a problem getting the women that they want.
Yeah, that's what I meant when I said that age is not the variable. That's all I meant. I just meant that old or young, they're inferior in some way, and so something about Andrew is appealing to the extent that they will promote his message, they'll cop a plea for him, and they'll support him. Period.
Yeah, because men who are getting dimes, they're not angry.
Yeah, they don't
care.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. You can tell on yourself without telling on yourself. Like, you don't have to Andrew Tate yourself. You don't have to come online and say, hey, I engage in this business in a very nefarious and illegal manner. You can tell on yourself by going on one of these podcasts, by calling yourself an alpha male, by listening to the Red Pill. All of those things, that's an admission. You're telling on yourself. Because something's wrong. Something's wrong. Clearly.
Super chat break. Henry Luzzy says, Andrew Tate is an entertainer similar to Trump, although he is far more eloquent. They have the greatest hits. Lock her up or don't be a brokey.
Trump said that ghetto shit. Don't be a brokey. I don't believe it. I don't believe out of all the shit that white man said.
No, he said
no, he didn't say that.
I'm about to say, don't be a brokey. I'm like, that's mad ghetto for even for Trump.
But does anybody think like the messages that you get from Andrew that you guys are like, oh, but these are good, it's a net positive? I could open like a friggin' fortune cookie and read some shit like that. Like, you could get it from a Snapple bottle. Like, are you serious?
It's the perfect, and Alicia, you're right, but it's the perfect storm. He looks good.
What?
He looks good. And Alicia, I can hate.
He looks good to the men.
Listen, he looks good to the men. He is tall. He has pale skin. He has a voice on. He talks really fast. He drives a Bugatti. He has on clothes. He has, women fall over him. So to men, yes, men get a hard on for men that look like that and live like that.
Right.
He looks good to men. He does.
Right. Just because they're not my type, and just because it's not something I would touch with a 10-foot pole.
Right.
I'm not so far back that
they better not go around talking about, oh, she's average at best. Then if they think that Andrew looks good,
right.
If Andrew is like if that's the measuring stick, oh my God.
There's a difference between if Andrew Tate and Biggie Smalls, rest his soul, if they had the same dialogue, no one's going to give a damn about Biggie Smalls the way they would give a damn about Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate is more attractive. Aesthetically, he's just more attractive. Now, I think he's a piece of shit, but he's still...
I really think he's... if he was attractive, I would admit it. He is actually unattractive. And he is follically challenged. He's bald. Like, it's not cute. It's not even cute. Sorry.
Okay, and Alicia, but someone might like a bald head. Jen.
A lot of these men love, there are a lot of these like YouTubers literally shaving their head in solidarity. Like, these niggas are simps. I've never
Wait, what happened?
Yes, she's 100% right.
They're shaving their head in solidarity.
Yes, they call them the Tate pill.
Yeah.
They call them the Andrew Tate pillars. It's the thing. It's true.
Wow. Okay, so what is the next rocket ship going to Mars? Because I need to be on it.
Like, men are the planet's biggest simps. I'm telling you. Like, if I wanted to grift and become a millionaire, I know exactly what my message needs to be.
Can you or Jen please do that so I can stop working, please?
Who's the most famous man in the world? I know y'all trolling. Fighter Complex, you were going to say something?
Actually, he was the most Googled person in 2022.
And you Googled him too, Sin.
Yes.
Okay, you know what? I'm done.
Go to bed then.
I'm done.
Go to bed.
But that's been Kim Kardashian for every other year though. I don't think that really matters anymore.
Good fucking simp. This is the problem.
Be nice.
Annalisa,
This is the one problem that I have.
Annalisa, calm down.
Okay, I'll calm down. I'll say
You
this.
have to know when you're wrong. Stop calling people out their name because if
Okay,
you call
Jen,
you a bitch,
Why do you?
I wouldn't let
I
him
am a
do
bitch.
it.
I'm 100% a bitch. I am a bitch. But
No,
this
but
is
it's
the
not
problem
you.
that I have.
That's not the environment I want, Annalisa.
Okay, but Jen,
I'm not fresh and fit. I'm not fresh and fit. I don't want people berating on my panel.
This is the problem that I have with all of you guys. You guys are saying, and I agree, guys, Anna, this is his opinion. He's allowed to have his opinion. That's okay. And I agree. But if your opinion or the premise of your opinion is based on lies, he said he doesn't know anything about this. That is a lie. He's talking about women being raped and it being or false accusations and allegations being like this common prevalent thing or being an actual problem among men, when really that is not a problem. It is a problem for women who actually underreport and who actually are not believed. That is a bigger problem. You guys are not holding him accountable. His opinion is based on lies. It's not based on it. There's no integrity in the opinion.
But it's an opinion just like yours and the opinion
Right,
and mine is opinion. But
you don't have a right to badger him. You don't have a right to be a bully. You don't have a right to be a bully.
Well, I don't care.
You don't have a right to attack him. You don't have a right to attack him because you don't agree with his perspective.
It's an opinion.
Well, you know what I mean? No, that's not how it works, man. You can't really do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's not how the world fucking works, man. I don't understand what fucking world do you live in where you fucking think that you could fucking speak to people in any kind of way. You know what I mean? That you think you can.
What is your opinion based on, Lily?
My opinion is always going to be based off of my research, my life experience, and that's the sum total of my life experience and my knowledge, right? But I understand that it's my perspective, right? I understand that it's up to be challenged. Everything that I say, everything that I believe right now to be true is subject to revision, right? So I understand that those are my opinions. So I don't think no one has an issue with his opinion or your opinion. It's just the bad, that I would say the name calling.
I have a problem with his opinion. I have a problem with the fact that his opinion is based on lies. It's not based on the fact that he really doesn't know what's going on. It's not based on the fact that he really believes in due process. It's based on the fact that he does not want to hold a sex trafficker accountable because A, he understands how lucrative it is to be aligned with this person. B, he probably leans into a lot of his messages. He just doesn't want you guys to know it. There's like,
and we challenged them prior to you coming up. Like we challenged them on certain things, you know, as well. Like I know I did. I was like, now Glenn, come on now. If that was a man, or if that was, you know. So I mean,
here's the thing. First of all,
I don't know why have an opinion based on lies.
We're not an echo chamber. Okay, I'm proud of that. We're not an echo chamber. Second, and Alicia, I told you, even if Glenn came up here and said, I worship the ground Andrew Tate walks on, that's his fucking business.
I wish he did.
Understand, that's his fucking business, and no one is allowed to call him a liar or whatever. That is his fucking business.
Right, but if someone is obviously lying, I'm going to call them a liar. So that's number one. Number two.
That's fine, but you can't disrespect them. Call them a liar, but stop calling people out their name. I told you about that before. Okay, I wouldn't let anyone do it to you, is what I'm trying to say.
Why does she have to constantly keep saying this? Why does she have to constantly keep saying this shit?
No. I'm wrong about the whole simp thing, but I'm absolutely 100% right about the fact that his ideas, his premise, his opinion is based on lies. He's dishonest, and I do not like that. If you're going to have a conversation, especially when you're talking about something as controversial, and this is a complex issue. This is an issue that has actual serious detrimental consequences for a lot of people, women and men. And the fact that you're going to come up here and have this conversation disingenuously, intellectually dishonestly, and lie, talking about you don't have the information, you don't know anything, you're not plugged in whatsoever. I have a problem with that. That's a problem. Why? You're a grown man. Why not just come out and say, hey, I like him. If he had done that, 100% would have had more respect.
But then he would. But here's the thing. But then he would be doing what you want him to do, and who do you think you are?
Exactly.
He would be telling the truth. Is what I'm saying. Be honest.
You're being entitled. Like, you can't tell someone else how to communicate their opinions, Annalisa.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm telling you why I was upset.
You said had he come out and said he just liked them, I wouldn't care. You can't dictate how other people have their opinions.
I'm telling you why
I gotta run because I gotta be up early. I love you all. I wish I could stay.
Yo,
take care, Lily. Have a great night.
Reaction to him. That's what I'm saying. The reaction that I had was because the opinion was based on lies. It's not because he liked Andrew. I don't care. Like who you want to like, but don't come up here and lie.
But he can't. But the thing is, he can now.
Oh yeah, you can lie, but then I'm gonna page you. Period.
That's fine. Just don't call him out of his name.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. I want to respond to B. First of all, you fucking troll. Whoever the fuck B is, you don't even have the fucking audacity or the fucking nuts to use your whole name or your face. Yeah, I said simps earlier in general. I don't attack people on my panel. And you can get the fuck out of my chat if you don't like it. With that said, I did see a request for someone wanted to hear from Brienne. I would like to hear from Brienne myself. She's been sitting there extremely patient. I would like to hear what Brienne thinks now that she's heard more.
Hello. So obviously I've been listening. Obviously I'm still just, I guess, a little confused. So I guess when it comes to a panel, everyone does have different opinions, but especially when it comes to celebrities, like I take pretty much what they say with a grain of salt. Of course, a lot of them have ideologies that can be helpful, but I don't know enough of these people to form a full opinion. Now, previous to the allegations and him getting arrested, I personally thought he was a good-looking man, and I liked the way he spoke. But that's the only opinion I had because, again, I just discovered him, I guess, when everyone else did, like 30-ish days ago or less. So I hadn't formed a full opinion. And again, being in a paralegal program, we're taught not to do that. You have to listen to someone a certain amount of time before you can form a full opinion on them. Now, there's a, I guess it would depend on how you found him specifically. Like if you were already in the like red space, if you found him that way, or if you found him through someone else. If you looked him up yourself because you kept hearing his name. Now, being on YouTube, I hear a lot of these names, but I'm just now discovering a lot of them. So a lot of it is still new to me, but generally people say he's good looking and they like the way he speaks. So people in general agree with me on that.
I agree with that. Like I said, I don't like the guy, but I do agree you have to wait for due process. My thing is he's told on himself so much. I, like you, didn't know much about him. I hear these names in passing. I don't even like being in those spaces, to be honest. The only reason I wanted to tackle this is because it was creating a huge buzz and he was the most Googled man. They said he was more Googled than, I don't know who it was, Biden or somebody. So I was like, okay, let me take a peek at this. So I started doing my own research and looking at his videos from his own. I like going to the source first. I heard what he had to say, and then I listened to a couple of attorneys who dissected the charges, that were happening with him. So then I just formed my own opinion. But at the end of the day, it's an opinion. Now, if they pick me to be a juror, it'd be a problem because I already formed an opinion, right? Although I'd want to see and hear all the evidence, I'd still want to see and hear all the evidence. But I do have an opinion, and I know that his looks are probably going to work in court as well, because people that look good in court do better, whether it's the prosecution, the defense attorney, the people who look good do better in court.
I've researched that. Yeah, typically if you're better looking, you get a more favorable result, and women typically get a favorable result like 30% more of the time from what I learned in school. So, and then obviously that's a whole like social thing, but women typically get shorter sentences for the same crimes. So when it comes to a good looking man, he just has a better chance of doing better in court, getting a lower sentence or, getting a better deal in general. So I guess I would say, I know people are like asking in the chat, like I've been in the space enough though to hear men's opinions. men have a pretty good idea of like taking the good and leaving the bad alone. Because again, I don't think you should follow anybody 100% because no one's perfect. So if you go into the idea of, okay, this person isn't perfect, I'll take the good and leave the bad alone. That's what I typically see from guys. But typically when I'm following somebody, I want to follow them for years and years. Or again, I'll follow somebody that's already deceased. Like Maya Angelou, I started learning a lot more about her when she passed away to form a full opinion on her. And watching people talk about her in interviews is how I formed an even larger opinion of her. So that's just a small example. I do also want to say that even though someone is not attractive or, is struggling with finding dating, I don't find anybody on this earth to be a throwaway. I really think that people have innate value and they should try to better themselves, but I would never describe someone like that. It's just, I can't think of a good way to describe that. What was that?
That's in reference to what I said, but I'm referring to his characterization. That's not mine, just so you know.
Okay. Yeah, I think everybody can just improve in some way. So that's how I feel about that. And then there was another, I should have wrote it down. There was another topic when it came to men in this space. It was about the ages of the men that follow him. As a YouTuber also, I noticed when I first started my channel, most of my watchers were between 16 to 21, which kind of surprised me because I was talking about, actually back then I was talking about college and natural hair. So since I was doing videos that were pretty neutral like that in the beginning, that's what YouTube was pushing because those were the young ladies that were following me. So it's changed a lot since then, but YouTube will push things that they notice a certain demographic is watching. So I think especially most people within the age have a cell phone. That's how they were finding him. So the way they found him, I also think is important.
Do you think with and I know you haven't done research and you believe in doing research, but do you think like just on a whim from hearing what you heard from everyone collectively, do you think that he's an asset to young men in any way?
I feel the biggest asset to young. Huh?
If you do give examples, because we haven't heard one, Jen. Not one prescription, not one example, not one.
I could say this, right?
Can I asked her a question.
Yeah, for real.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Don't shoot.
Okay.
We need her calming voice. It's very soothing. So we need that.
It is very soothing. It is very soothing.
Keep talking, Brian.
I will say.
I want to hear more.
You're hilarious. Well, I guess I will help you guys to form a better opinion of me. I'm a stay-at-home wife. So when I watch these things, obviously I have time, but as far as this particular research, I try not to do it because the only time I saw him, like I said, was a few viral clips. And then I saw a few clips on another creator's channel that he recently did an interview on. But again, I didn't sit to watch the entire thing. I saw the clips. So when it comes to, I guess, my paralegal training experience, I'm not a paralegal yet or an attorney or anything, but I did go through some of the training classes. It's very important to get a neutral jury. You never want to find someone that's a diehard fan or, burn them at the stake, because not only will it skew the actual outcome, it's actually going to make it very hard for those people to leave that room, because you have to have them go to a room and actually make a decision. So you're going to have a better, favorable, more accurate outcome if everyone really doesn't even know the person. Now, again, the problem with the internet is everybody feels they know people without even, meeting them in person. I mean, there are so many creators I've watched in the past, especially when it came to natural hair. You would think you know them, and people have met them in person and truly hated them. So you should never meet your heroes in general. But for the young men that are seeing him as a hero, I do agree that the masculine was missing in their lives. And I think a lot more men who want to be masculine should follow a masculine role model in their life, like they can actually meet face to face. And again, I don't think a lot of men are going to have the opportunity in this next generation, because I've briefly worked at an orphanage, and a lot of people I know are social workers. And the number one indicator if that child is going to be successful or not is if their father is in their life or if they can find the father. So again, that masculine energy he gives is what they're looking for, at least in my personal opinion and what I've heard. And when you're missing that, you're going to be missing a lot of key points in your life. And again, when it comes to women, I think it's important to have a great female role model. Unfortunately, a lot of women are getting their role model, etiquette and even the way they speak from celebrities. So I'm starting to see a lot of young women sounding the same, talking the same, and they make fun of my voice. Like I was raised by my grandmother, great grandmother, so I actually got to see the way they interacted, and I wanted to emulate that. And again, Maya Angelou, people like that, I started doing research on my own, but on top of having people like my grandmother, who was a school teacher for over 30 years. I wanted to speak like her, I wanted to walk like her, talk like her. But like I said, most young ladies don't have that either. So, I mean, I think it's very important to be feminine, but also to have a feminine role model.
Do you have like a channel?
Put her on the payroll.
So you said you don't know anything about him enough to say what he says that might be.
No, I would say I'm neutral enough to like be on a jury to make that decision, because then I would get all the evidence at that point to form a full opinion.
So I know, but what do you think about his message? Or you know what? Let me ask you this: do you think that masculinity, his brand of masculinity, which is essentially domination, disrespect, exploitation, and of course, amass gargantuan amounts of wealth, but also, try not to pay taxes, etc. Do you think that is that's a good thing that young men should subscribe to, or that version of masculinity?
The way you explained it, no, that sounds negative. I'm saying the type of masculinity where you want to be a good father and a provider. I'm a woman that submits to her husband, so I don't believe that a negative.
Yeah, he does not talk about those things. So again, again, no one's come up here to say what prescription he's given that is a net positive, other than, and please don't tell me, he tells me to go to the gym, he tells me to put on a condom. Like, please.
No. Hey, Brienne, do you have like a channel where you're just like talking for a long time? It's just your voice sounds so soothing. I mean,
my channel is my name, Brienne LaFay.
Okay.
You just want to hear me talk?
Yeah, it's just yeah.
I get that comment all the time. I don't know what it means, but
my blood pressure just like went down to a very baseline level.
Your tonality is very calming, I must say.
She's very similar. My great grandmother had a beautiful voice. I would just sit in the kitchen while she was cooking and just hear her.
It's very, and it like you said, it reminds me of the women in my family when my mom and her sisters sit around and talk. It's very like homey.
We appreciate your voice. It's a lovely voice. It's the opposite. I'm Puerto Rican, so everybody in my house was yelling for no reason. No reason at all. Pass this
thank you so much.
Okay, I'm up. What was that?
No, it's very sweet. Thank you. But I guess I just want to say, in general, masculinity is needed. Again, I don't think the negative form of it is helping anybody, if that is what's going on. But I think it's so important when we're talking about masculinity and femininity. They're both needed in a household. Again, I know there are alternative lifestyles, but the yin and yang is what has worked for so long in the positive way. And again, I come from a family of married women. And actually, I'm probably one of the first stay-at-home wives that managed to do it this way. But again, I have a lot more resources than my great-grandmother had, for instance. But she had a lot more resources that I didn't have. So I'm kind of working backwards to learn things. Now, my camera off? Oh, okay, here we go. I don't know if there's any other questions. I think Dame had a question.
Oh,
I didn't have a question.
In the chat. Wait, 1 second.
Sorry,
B in the chat is simping for Annalisa. Annalisa, he wants to know if you're spoken for.
Sorry? Oh no, I am.
B in the chat. He called you his future ex-wife.
Yeah, no, sorry.
There's only one future ex-husband, that is me, sir. All right, B?
Sorry, even loud women, I can assure you, we have no problems, boo. None whatsoever.
Hello.
Getting them, but keeping them. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
And let's not misunderstand femininity and masculinity, because again, femininity doesn't equal We can talk about that later.
But is he happy? No, I'm just
Oh my God! Oh, yo, Dame, why would you get her started? Why would you get her started?
Dave,
Dave,
don't do
and now
that.
we're not again. Now you're back on
Dave, don't do that.
Okay,
Dave, don't. Dave,
go.
let's be cool.
No, let's
okay,
go.
come on, come on, you can all that talk. You can take a joke. Stop it. Don't act like you that. That stick ain't. You don't got to stick that fall up your ass. You can't take a joke. Come on.
You
But
take some jokes too.
you know, Anna
I will.
goes below the belt.
I
Though,
will take a joke. I don't, Tristan. I'm grown, man. I'm 40 years old. I do not need you to rescue me. Take your cape off on this one. I got this.
I ain't with nobody. Y'all know I love the chaos. I'll amp it up if I need to.
Let's go.
What?
I'm not here to get with Annalise. I just making jokes because I just got jokes. That's all.
That's an interesting question.
I just got jokes. That's it. Dims is jokes. Ain't nothing. Don't take it personal.
No, someone in the chat asked, "What is femininity?" And I just thought it was an interesting question. I thought it was kind of like a blanket term, but in my personal opinion, femininity is soft, it's graceful, understanding, submissive. All the qualities that I think would be the yin and yang to a man.
Yeah.
Yo, B, say that to my face, man.
Ron, don't do it. Don't do it, Cat.
No, B. So come say it to my face,
my
man.
goodness.
Hey, don't they hate from outside the club.
That's what I'm saying. Don't be a pussy, homie. Don't be a pussy.
Don't hate
sorry, I just read
couldn't even get in.
Look at it in
How
camera.
did Chris Brown say?
Look at it in camera.
How you gonna be hating from outside the club? You couldn't even get in.
Don't be trolls.
Yeah. I mean, seriously.
I'm telling you, Haran. Haran. But remember, Haran said he was a law-abiding citizen. Like I told you.
I am. I just,
this man got 12 shotguns for no random reason.
Eve wasn't submissive. Eve was a G. Okay.
Man, all I gotta say is I just jumped on real quick. I didn't jump on. I didn't mean to. I didn't jump on the kind of to get in that with you, Annalise. I was just jokes. So don't take it to heart or what have you. I just play too much sometimes. But I just got to say it's difficult. Like everything people are saying on both sides of the argument is true. It's like he is a piece of shit if he's been consistently and for a significant amount of time exploiting women, exploiting sex and exploiting men per se for whatever. He exploits women in the sex trade, and he exploits men's vulnerabilities and insecurities in order to make money. So I mean, I 100% agree with that. The hard part about it is that, even some of the people we hold in esteem deep down were kind of pieces of shit. I mean, it's like Gandhi was a raving racist against black people. Nietzsche liked cocaine so much he used to give it out as Christmas presents. I mean, people, all these people, there's a lot of people who, if we were like, even my man Martin Luther King, one of the greatest black men ever be put in the public forum, used to cheat on his wife. So some people get on him about that. It's just
Martha Stewart.
Martin King, not Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart, yeah. Martin King.
Hey, Dame.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's been disproven. I did do my
research. Martin Luther King used to cheat on his wife?
Yeah, that is not true.
There's FBI tapes. I promise you. If you do enough research, there's FBI tapes of J. Edgar Hoover recorded in bugging hotel rooms where he was smashing one of his secretaries. Yes.
I will not look at that.
Was a racist.
I'm more turned on about Nietzsche handing out cocaine. Like, why don't I have friends like that? Handing out cocaine.
I mean, it's just like sometimes, but every now and then, it's like the message is still the truth, or things that can really impact you may come from a shit ass source. It just may become something that may resonate you, may actually come from somebody who's a piece of shit. And I think we're looking for people that we get our information and inspiration from to be these pedestals of virtue and almost godlike, that the human aspect is lost significantly and consistently. People who are out there's assholes out there who have changed people's lives for the better. And like I said, and don't get me wrong, I am not defending this. I think any sex crimes against women, the man should be put under the jail. And if anything were to happen, I'm a father with a daughter. If something happened to my daughter, me and my brothers are all going to jail that night. You know, so it's just one of the things where I just think that he has said some things that if somebody who has any type of critical thinking or common sense listen to can make some bit of sense, male or female. Because I've watched him on shows, said things I'm like, that's actually true, you know. No, and you wanted an example of something that he said that. Go ahead.
Okay. I already.
But I was finished. I wasn't finished. Come on, Annalisa, don't do it.
You did it. Hurry up.
Don't do it.
Thank you for the super chat, Glenn Lawrence. Thank you for the super chat, Glenn Lawrence. Glenn left us early. He has an appointment in the morning. He said he's not a morning person. Glenn, we'll see you on the next one. Glenn says someone's hero is another person's villain.
You know who your hero is. Don't worry.
Nobody. I don't think there's anybody. I don't think Glenn is not sitting there saying that Andrew Tate is his hero. What he's saying is probably similar to what I'm saying. Is like there is a message there that a person who has any degree of critical thinking can take from it and say, okay, how can I use that part of the message to benefit me? You know, yes. Okay. You even said, okay, you even flippantly said, go to the gym. You know, that's only just for attracting women, but there's health benefits to that. You'll live longer. You said, get your money up. That all of that is significant.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the MLK comment.
Yeah.
Like I said, no, it was just used as an example. But again, my grandmother has been a school teacher for 30 years, got sprayed with the hose to go to her first class at, in her 5th grade. So when I think about those stories that I've heard directly, again, I'm going to have to do more research on that specifically. But
yeah, it was even in movies with even. Did you see that movie that with
Cheated. Like what? I thought this was
did you see that movie, the British movie, the Selma movie? And that was directed by a Black woman, I believe. And they even put that part into it about him cheating on, because when people were calling Coretta, there's a scene where Coretta asks him, is it the other women? He's like, no, it's not the other women.
I did not see
people were calling and hanging out. So if you watch the movie Selma, it's only thing is it's well established. So I don't want to, but you can just do research on that.
I did not. Yeah, my grandmother went to see that. I was just gonna.
The information's out there. Don't worry, you'll find it. It's not hard to find. Dame, the problem that I have is, and I can agree with everything that you're saying with respect to, you take the good, and you leave the bad, or there have been revolutionaries who are also degenerate. He's not that. And I think that it's dangerous almost to even align him or put him in that category. When I think of, in terms of taking the good and leaving the bad, my thing is how much harm does a person cause? And that's the line that I draw in these conversations. When I'm having conversations with people, I say, okay, you know what? Andrew Tate is a horrible person, but socially, culturally, economically, there are benefits, and he is not. I don't care about anything else. A message is a message, but when harm is being inflicted on people, that's where I draw the line. And when the harm that's being inflicted on people is monetized and becomes lucrative and is intertwined, or there's an interplay between that message and your real life, that's a problem. That's when you really do have to think analytically. The idea that people are even analytically thinking, if you are an analytical thinker, you won't listen to him. It's the people who are devoid of any form of analytical thinking. They're the ones who listen to him.
Anna, you just described.
I disagree.
It comes to someone.
You just described every business in the world. Like damn near, like
the majority. Yeah, I was gonna say that's the people who can't critically think is the majority of the population. Women, bamboozle other women. Men bamboozle men. That's the nature of business, because the majority of, look at the church. That is how the church makes billions of dollars annually.
Right, but we're talking about sex trafficking, and I'm talking about harm. I'm talking about risk to reward. There are levels to everything in life.
Okay, so I agree with everything you said. To try to make either Kevin Samuels or Andrew Tate these dudes that would just, hey, they weren't perfect, you know what I mean, is a little silly. It's a little asinine, especially talking about Andrew Tate, because he is a criminal. This isn't just some guy this isn't Derek Jackson. I'm preaching men should be good to women, but oops, I cheated on a woman. This isn't that. Andrew Tate is a criminal. He's a braggadocious criminal. He speaks.
I would say the allegations are more serious than, for instance, cheating on your wife, which again, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but just the sentence you said after that he was a piece of S, that's the only thing I was curious about. That's why I said I wouldn't put those two men even in the same category, because his allegation, like you said, was cheating, and then apparently this man's allegations are way more serious than that. So again, the comparison, obviously using another large name, at least to us, was my only issue with that.
I wasn't trying to say no. Let me just situate it. I wasn't. I in no way, shape, or form will ever say Martin Luther King was a piece of shit. I wasn't saying that. I used that. I was just using that as kind of an engine to get somewhere. What I was just saying was there's imperfections in even people who are held in high esteem can have degrees of imperfection. I wasn't saying that he was a piece of shit.
But in that instance, I would say he caused more good than harm. That's all I was
absolutely.
That's my point, right? You can, because
you made that point.
What I think is interesting is you're saying people are kind of they're disregarding the human element, and I disagree. I think that actually they're hyper focusing on the human component, but exclusively when it comes to men. When it comes to Andrew Tate, the human element is completely lost when they think about the women who have been exploited, when they think about the women that they're dealing with and abusing or doing whatever they're doing with. Women are dehumanized, and there's no, like, that's the problem.
I want to ask you a question. I just can ask you a question. Have you watched Andrew Tate? And like I said, this is not by any stretch of the imagination going to be a let's defend Andrew Tate a speech from Dame. Believe it, it's not. I'm just asking the questions. That's it. I'm just trying to understand.
Have you watched more than a clip on Kevin Samuels?
No. Don't let me finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish. Let me say, have you watched any clips of women reacting to the things that he's saying? Not what's called it when they're in his presence.
Have I seen him in conversation with women?
And how they react while they're in his presence.
Yeah, of course.
Is it ever, well, hold on. Is it always at the end of their interaction, wow, he's nicer, he's more smoking, he's sweeter, he's more, it's always no, hold on, all I'm saying is, hold up, let me finish. Like, you gotta hold on, you gotta put a collar on that dog.
More time doing this than hurry up.
What's called it? You finish more time interrupting than letting people speak. So just put a collar on that dog. You got a little too much dip on the chip.
Yo,
chill.
She needs some Andrew Tate in her life.
God. No, you need Andrew Tate in your life.
I mean, all I'm saying is just like, hold up. Everything has got to be combative like that. All I'm saying is just like, when it comes down to it, even women can be beguiled by him and lose the fact that, oh, he is a guy who's accused of sex trafficking. He is a guy who said these horrific things about women and sexual assault. He is. So even women can be beguiled by him. So it's not just men sitting there being impressed or beguiled. Women fall just as hard into the frame of, oh, he's so handsome, he's so sweet, he's so nice. Like, you'll sit a room full of women and he'll talk that talk.
You're late. Like, we addressed that. It's no different than Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels had women and men. Andrew Tate had women and men on him. We discussed that. We also we also discussed his grift, where he was really, really hardcore Then when he started getting banning from, when he started getting banned from everything, then he started talking softer and he started being a
well, what I was saying is like how people can fall and become can easily be pulled in by him, knowing that he's such his intentions aren't aren't good. Yeah,
Okay,
that he has bad
here's
intentions.
Not act like the overwhelming majority of his audience base and subscriber base are not men. Okay, while
I didn't. Nobody said I didn't act either way. I didn't say that. All I'm saying is just like you can see when you see him that why it is so easy for somebody to fall for his trap. He is a very beguiling, cunning individual who is an expert at seducing people, men and women. Seducing them into liking him.
That's what con men and narcissists
exactly
do. Serial killers had girlfriends and people writing them in prison.
No,
because they were good looking.
But quick thing.
Yes.
Wait, I'm
yes.
sorry.
No, let her talk. Go on, girl.
No.
I'm married, so I ain't doing that. I'm just being funny.
I grew up in the 90s. I know what homegirl means. I was gonna say, you said two names, so I guess I was curious what you're talking about because you said Kevin Samuels. Now, again, I used to watch him every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Like I said, Andrew Tate is someone like new, so I guess I was trying to determine who you were speaking about.
Yeah, I didn't say Kevin Samuels. That was Jen that said Kevin Samuels.
No, I said Kevin Samuels. You used to watch Monday, Wednesday, and Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it adds up. The math is mathing. I like when that happens.
But this is what I'm not getting, no Dame. Right? Reason why I can't give you when he talks to other women, those other women he is talking to are the grifters that are grifting these men.
No, I'm just talking about on panels where they have just. I'm not talking about like the Pearlies and the who else is he talk to? Like what?
But
like
that's where he's going to go because that's where the money is.
But I'm just saying,
those women are smart enough to know, hey, I need him so I can get more clicks and views. Like they're grifting off of his grift, and he's grifting them back.
I mean, but who ain't doing it in these spaces?
And another thing is, we're saying due process, which I think is fair, but nobody gave Meg Thee Stallion that same due process when she got shot. Everybody, and then when it found out she didn't lie, she got shot, and the evidence came out in court, everybody sat there and made a conspiracy theory. Just
you know what Meg did wrong in that? If we can bring that up, you know what I feel like Meg did wrong in that is that she stayed way too quiet about it. No, she exactly. She was trying to stay way too quiet because she was trying to. She had all that whole like not snitching, and she was dating him, so she probably still had a little bit of feelings for him. Didn't want to destroy his career. If she would have been like, that motherfucker shot me on the foot, she showed the picture. She did that for like maybe 2 months, and then she went silent and let everybody else talk about it. So it made her look guilty. It made her look suspect.
That justifies it? You think that it justifies the level of harassment?
I didn't say justifying another word used. It probably facilitated it, not justified it. It probably made it to where people think, why is she not? I know if somebody shot me, I'd be telling it all day long.
Andrew has come out and he's explicitly said it. Like Andrew didn't go silent. Andrew didn't go back and forth. There was no flip-flopping. There was literally no ambiguity, no gray area. He came out, he said, this is what I do. This is how I do it. This is how you can do it. So with Megan, okay, you're trying to make the case for. I can understand why people, were on the fence about her. Really, they were on the fence.
I never said I can understand. I said this is why it happened. I never said I can understand.
Why? And that is what we call
in my mouth. Don't do that. That's disingenuous.
Justification. But anyways, let's move on. Andrew is not Megan. He's not Meganing. That's my point. It wasn't a Megan.
Yeah. And I want to say this. Even if Meg Thee Stallion had said from the beginning and stayed saying he shot me, black men would have still berated her. They would have still bashed her online. They would have said, well, what did you do to him? Let's not
yeah, but I mean the whole thing would have been a whole different it would have took a whole different spin if she, because the one of the things people were saying the most was, I know if somebody shot me, I'd be in the thing, I'd be telling the whole thing, I'd be on social media. I'd want to destroy it if he shot. That's what the main thing we're saying. I would not let it go is easier. And I get it. She's young and she probably had a bunch of PR people in her ear telling her not to make a big deal out of it because there could be blowback on her to her career and yada, yada, yada. I get it. It's not like a woman walking down the street that got shot. This was a worldwide known celebrity. So I said, there's a machine trying to save her career, and his machine is talking to her machine to try to save 2 careers. I get it. So that's like a one-off. That's not normal.
Listen, it doesn't feel like a machine though, because
if she had done what, hold on, Tristan. If she had done everything perfect, according to degenerate black men, if she had done everything by the letter of the law, black men would still say it's her fault. Some variation. In some they would still in some capacity say, oh, it's her fault. She was messing around with someone. Oh, it's her fault. She was in the car.
You know what? I'm gonna challenge that too. Yes, I'm gonna agree with that. But I'm also gonna say black women would have been just jumping on her just as much. Half the hate she got was just there from black men too. You know why? Because she was fucking her friends' men and
as a matter of fact. I agree. They have those.
So then why would you just pigeonhole it as black men? It was just say black people.
No. Don't act like the numbers were. It was predominantly men.
How do we know? How do you know? How do we quantify that? How do we quantify that? Do we go back to every tweet, text, and IG post? How do we quantify that?
We'll use litmus. We'll use YouTube as the test. Go look how many black men versus black women.
But those are, like you said, YouTube is a male-dominated space. Go IG is a female-dominated space. So go IG posts.
Social media is also is also a part of that. Like, don't be disingenuous and say it was equally men and women. Yeah, women were out there.
I don't know if it was, but I don't know. I don't have the proof to say either way. What I'm saying is I don't have the proof to say either way. I said there was women doing it and there were men doing it.
Think critically then. Do you really think that more women are going to, especially black women who know already the climate that black women that we are in, when it comes to violence being perpetrated on us?
When them sisters found out that she was fucking her best friend man, them women went ape shit on her ass.
I'm not
behind her back.
I'm saying that it came from men mostly.
And it was way more vicious and vitriol. They would have been like, I would have shot her too if she was fucking my man.
Well, listen, that's a different kind of problem. And I'm sure Jen will talk about it. It's a different kind of problem with black women. I agree. But it was mostly men. So.
Most people was.
I don't know. I don't think there's you could say that, but you could just make up. There's no way to qualify that statement.
You want to say too? We'll move on.
I can't qualify it. I'm just saying I saw what I saw, and from what I saw, it seemed to be equal. It may have not been, but I'm saying I can't qualify and say it was more of one than the other. I wouldn't say I don't have that much information. I wouldn't be that definitive with it.
But here's the thing: why do we ignore the bad for that 1 inch of good that these men so-called provide? Like, well, I need a percentage. How much percentage of this man will be considered a bad character? Give me a percent or something.
Which one?
Like Tate, Kevin Samuels, Manosphere. Like, what is percentage of bad that you have to see to be labeled that person a bad guy? Because I have never seen so much mental gymnastics to defend a human trafficker ever in my life.
This is my issue, right? Because you have to compartmentalize, right? Like, okay, this is the criminal, right? Just because he thinks the way he thinks doesn't necessarily mean he's a criminal. It just so happens that
channel down. Show your channel.
He's a criminal.
He said compartmentalize. This is the criminal part.
Okay.
Are you out of your mind? Are you a criminal? Is that how you compartmentalize?
Yeah. So listen. So the thing is, when that came out, right? I don't know this dude. I haven't seen enough videos to know who the hell he is like that. So when I saw the news that he's getting arrested and this and that, I'm like, oh snap! Like this dude is like in some real charges, like some RICO type thing. Like, oh okay. So then now you have to determine, okay, is he gonna did he really do it? Is he gonna get arrested for this? Because there's people that have a similar mentality, other dating coaches in the Manosphere that think similar to him, but they probably in real life they don't move like that as far as the criminality. So
not as big as Tate, but a lot of them are criminals. A lot of dudes in the Manosphere are criminals. I said that in the beginning. They have length,
but a lot of them, other dudes don't want to be. Other dudes don't want to be him. That's why his platform, his voice was louder than the rest because they want to be him. Like a lot of dudes who's talking.
They can't be him.
But
because of what they look like. They can't be him.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
To answer Tristan's
I say 100%, Tristan. 100%. I say he's a throwaway. I know that Kevin Samuel's subscriber. I know she said nobody used to throw. No, some people you have to throw away. Sorry, he's one of them. So 100% he's bad. 100%. No good, garbage. All of him. Throw the
unredeemable.
Zero redemption. None.
Okay.
So
okay.
I have to ask this question, guys. Hold on. I have to ask this question. You guys are pointing the finger to who's bad, who's good.
That's not a sound argument. Here's what I don't like. One second. When I don't like when people say, "Oh, yeah, Andrew Tate was exploiting women," but the government, like, just because the government does it, like that's the argument. You understand? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm actually talking about.
Who do you want to give people advice?
Black Jesus, hold on. I'm talking about the people.
He got her on the dame right here.
Here you go.
Hold on.
I'm gonna tell you something, and this is gonna be something, and this you can take it, and you probably throw it in the garbage. When you do that shit, that part, you lose all credibility. You lose any way of credibility. Then why are you talking? Then that must mean you're just talking to be heard, to speak. Because if you want to get any kind of discourse or have any kind of understanding or build any kind of bridges, you have to be civil.
Bridge with him, I'm fine. Listen.
So he has no value. So you're saying the people who have different reviews or don't, you know what? For somebody who hates Kevin Samuel, you really play by his book a lot. You use a lot of the same things he does, a whole lot.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Like I was saying, the problem that I have is people in the chat are saying, "Oh, Kevin Samuel's, Andrew Tate exploits women or he traffics women," but the government, like, that's the argument that a child makes. When
the government.
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
There was no government. I never said government. Answer my question. Stop dodging it. Answer
are you listening? Fuck is you dead? I said that.
Answer my question. Stop dodging my question. I asked you. Good.
Like I was saying.
Who's good? If bad, then who's good?
Let me introduce Jen. I clearly am referring to the chat.
No, don't answer that.
I have someone I have a quick question. Is Cynthia G a good example of someone we should listen to?
I'll answer your question, but let me finish saying what I'm saying. Thanks. So, like I was saying, when we're having conversations about causing harm or detrimental ideology, behavior, output, whatever it is, the comeback if you're gonna be
how did it call you? How did he call?
Like, nigga, hold on.
Now look at you.
Oh, she like that. Oh, like that, huh?
You want to be
you don't do
effective.
like,
what you're not going to do is say,
do you like that?
Other people do it, so why can't I do it? Other people do it, so it's not a problem. No, it's still a problem. I don't care who does it. If you're causing harm, you're causing harm. If you're doing something illegal, it's illegal, and you're going to be punished. That's it.
Okay.
So let me answer Fighter Complex when you said if he's bad, then who's good? You can't use that, right, to justify somebody being bad, because good can be relatives. However, you don't have to be quote unquote good. You just have to not be a fucking animal, a parasite. Okay. So we're not asking for anyone to be perfect. We are pointing out when someone is a fucking animal and a parasite. So you can't erase that by saying, okay, if he's bad, then who's good? It's not about good. It's about, are you harming people in droves? Are you parasitic? Are you harming people in droves? That's what we're pointing out. Not that someone has to be an angel. Who should we listen to? To answer your question, there are a lot of men on YouTube. YouTube has 50 million plus channels. There are a lot of men on YouTube who are quote unquote good, who talk from a good place, who encourage men to be better, but nobody gives a fuck about them because they don't have a Bugatti. So let's be clear. There are a lot of men and women online who are not polarizing, who are not bashing the other gender, but nobody gives a fuck about them because they don't have Louis Vuitton and Gucci on. They don't have the Gucci hat on. They're not pulling up in the Bugatti. They're not telling you women ain't shit. They're not telling you men ain't shit. So nobody cares. So the good people are out there, but you don't care about them because they don't talk loud and they're like, what color is your Bugatti? What color is your Bugatti? Right? It's not attractive, but there are a lot of people that are quote unquote good. You just don't give a fuck about them.
Now, Jen, like my thing is, does someone have to speak gingerly in order for them to be accepted? Like do they have to?
But in mass, they do. If they want it to be more than just local or regional, or they just want to, if they want to break out of their circle and really have something that people are saying, yes, you got to know how to speak. You need to know how to speak to people to effectively communicate with people.
Right.
Can I have my question answered?
And by the way, I didn't care about how Kevin Samuels, his delivery. I thought he was entertaining. I wasn't offended by his delivery. I thought he was funny. It didn't bother me that he said it like he saw it because I speak the same way. So that's not what bothered me about him at all. What bothered me about Kevin Samuels that he knew he was monetizing Black trauma between Black men and Black women. He knew he was monetizing that. He was being divisive on purpose to monetize that. That was my issue with Kevin Samuels. Not that he was talking loud and calling people your average at best. I didn't care about that. But he knew what he was doing to the Black community. But so does the Black church. So does honestly, the Black community is the easiest to bamboozle. They're very emotional. They're broken and they won't get therapy.
And I would also like to point out that it's interesting that when men do, what I find with men, I guess the fence sitters, the men who say, I don't listen to Kevin Samuels. I don't really have a problem with what he says. A lot of men will say, oh, a lot of truth to what he said. It's just maybe the way he says it people don't like. When it comes to women, though, the tone policing, the vocabulary policing, the gesticulation policing, all of these things. So there's obviously a difference between how men are able to disseminate toxic messaging versus women. Even if women are right, it doesn't matter if they're right. If they're not saying it the way that the Kevin Samuels lover up there was saying it, the men are going to tone police. Like,
have you ever been to? You obviously have not been at a hair salon in the hood. They talk shit about men.
Dame, 1 second. Can I get my question asked?
Go ahead,
answered?
I'm sorry.
I asked, is Cynthia an example of someone who should be listened to? And I'm asking Anna, is Cynthia G a prime example of someone who should be considered and listened to?
She should 100% be considered. 1,000%.
I don't watch Cynthia. I watched the ones, maybe 4 or 5 of them. The one I saw you on, Jen.
and reason being, why should she be listened to from your perspective?
From my perspective, she's right. I would say there's probably two things, literally, and I've had this conversation with her. There's 2 things I disagree with her on, and they're pretty big things. I understand how she got there. I understand it 100%. I would get there in a different way, and we disagree vehemently. But she's right. She's 100% right. That's why.
Well, that sounds
about what? About what? What is she right about?
She's right about Black men being the right hand to white supremacy. She's right about Black women also engaging in white supremacy in the same way. She's right about Black men on YouTube, and sort of how detrimental they are to themselves, to the Black community, how detrimental Black men in the Black community are. She's right about that, of course. She talks about Black women too, because Black women are also contributing. And she talks about that
a grifter.
So can I say this about Cynthia G? I spoke about her earlier. She is a necessary evil. She must exist, and I wish that there were 10 of her. Do I agree with her 100%? Absolutely not. But really, women need a defense against these animals that are running rampant online. She is necessary. I wish there were 10 of her so it was more even. Now, I wish there wasn't a need for Cynthia G. I really wish there wasn't a need for Cynthia G. But Cynthia G has to exist because these men are vitriolic, okay?
They're violent.
They're animals. They are violent, okay? So I wish she has to exist, but it's good that she's there. And the points I do agree with her on is the coddling in mass that Black women do for Black men is detrimental to them, is damaging to them. Okay, that whole our man, Black man, our man, that Black men worship, I think it's a no-go. I do agree with her. Now, what do I agree with her 100%? Absolutely not. But I don't agree with anybody 100%. But I think she's necessary. I think she's necessary because she's woken up, I'm sure, a lot of people. And unlike the Andrew Tates, right? She's not a criminal. She's not a career criminal.
And unlike the
men,
and unlike the booty goons, and unlike the other cognitively and intellectually defective niggas online, she understands how to interpret data. She understands how to she understands how to do the research, and that it helps when you go to school.
She put the word cognitive and nigga in the same line.
You have to take courses, right? You have to take data and analysis. So she understands how to break down statistics and analysis and data, whereas Black men, they see raw numbers and raw data and they run with it, like Usain Bolt. So
is you saying all Black men, or just because Cynthia G is one person, but you pointed at all Black men when you say the
I'm saying the Black men whose message is antithetical to hers, the Black men who are pushing these statistics and they don't know how to read or interpret data. It's important to have a person, man or woman, who actually understands how to interpret the data that they're reading. That's important. So yeah, we need her. She's right.
I'm curious to something, Annalisa. What is your end game? Is your end game are you trying to move the Black community forward? You're trying to just be a sounding board? What are you just trying to be a town crier? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do with your message? What are you trying to do when you're on these platforms and stuff like that? What is your end game?
On YouTube?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you come to a Black space, what are you trying to do? Or a space of color, I should say. What are you trying to do?
Engage in an honest and meaningful.
Educate, engage.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you trying to do something positive? Trying to do something negative? What in your mind are you doing?
In my mind, I'm engaging with the discourse. In my mind, I'm engaging.
To what end? To what end?
To the end that there's some sort of understanding, meeting of the minds, maybe. And even then, a meeting of the minds to me is not always important.
I'm just curious. Do you feel like you've been ineffective in your goal?
Sorry?
Or you feel like you're doing that? Are you effectively doing that?
Do I feel like I'm effectively conversing?
No, I'm just saying, like, meeting of the minds, things like that, exchanging ideas, conversing, stuff like that. You feel like you're doing it effectively?
When I want to, yeah.
So you're picking and choosing. Sometimes you just sometimes you don't come to do that. Sometimes you do.
No, sometimes I'm much more intentional about it, and I pick and choose the individuals that I employ that self-control with. And
okay, so like you said, sometimes you are here to converse and have meeting of the minds, and sometimes you're here just to.
I'm always here to converse, always in a meaningful way. But in terms of my delivery
really?
and my tone, I pick and choose.
And
okay, so sometimes you just like fuck that. The meaningful things can go. Sometimes if you feel like it can go out the window, just like fuck it. Sometimes if you feel like it, you know what? The meaningful converse, meeting of the minds thing, fuck that. I don't feel like doing it today. It's out the window because somebody said something I didn't like.
No, well, I usually can gauge individuals that I feel I would be able to move the needle with, and to that end, that's how I employ that discretion.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Do you believe that wait 1 second. Is all this based on an intention to move the community forward, the Black community forward? Or
so here's the thing about moving the Black community forward, right? You have to have conversations, and it's ugly, and it's terrible, and it doesn't sound good. And I'm not the kind of person who I don't care about optics as much as everybody else. So I'm gonna give it to you raw, and that's just and I don't think that should be a detriment in terms of moving anything forward. I think that as long as I'm being honest, I think that as long as I'm engaging with the conversation and whatever's being presented, that's more important to me. The information is important.
Okay, so if I tell a fat woman you're fat, I'm being honest and upfront. I'm being what you call it, but I'm not in moving the conversation. I'm not improving anything. I'm not fixing anything. I could be actually breaking shit by doing that, as opposed to fixing stuff. Because I'm just saying it's just hard for me to understand how you can have effective discourse when half of your talking points is bashing somebody on the other side of the community you propose to want to uplift or move forward.
So again, I think that you and I would probably disagree on what we define as effective.
Well, people could walk away feeling like they learned something. They feel like they got something out of it. They feel like there was some value there.
Sorry?
That's what I feel like effective is. If somebody feel like they got something out of it, they learned something, there was a value, or there was exchange of ideas, and maybe they came to understandings that they didn't have before. That would I feel like be effective. Do you feel like most of your interactions in this space that you achieve that goal? Or because I would, maybe you have a different goal. I'm just saying, do you feel like you achieve the goal of having somebody understand maybe
I think I live in a more realistic world, in that I know that even at my best, even when I'm feminine and friendly and fit, even
I
then,
didn't say you got to be feminine, fit.
I'm being hyperbolic, but the point is, even when I'm at my best, I still know that there's always a chance that my message is not going to land, and it's not going to resonate, and it doesn't really matter how I say it. That's the reality.
I just say I ain't never seen that. All I've seen is the rah.
Right. Well, you don't. I wouldn't expect you to see that. You don't follow me on YouTube. I would hope you don't follow me on YouTube. But if you saw me in other,
why would you hope I wouldn't follow you on YouTube?
Why would you be like following me around?
Why would I follow Jen? Why do I follow
she sent you up, bro. She sent you up, bro. She sent you up, bro.
No. I'm saying, like, if
I don't need that help, man.
If I was going from panel to panel to panel, I wouldn't want to always like, oh, that's Dame.
Oh no. I mean, I'm talking about follow you as follow your YouTube page, like you had a page.
No.
I don't mean like following you on every panel you jump on.
No. That's what I'm talking about. And again, I don't do anything.
It's just difficult because I feel like I just feel like you are a very intelligent, well-spoken woman. I just feel like all that shit it's like, but you might as well throw that what you're saying in the garbage can, because people are just gonna look at your tonality, your aggressiveness, your name calling, and they just go, so this is just some angry bitch I ain't even gonna listen to. She has no value. But why would you want to put yourself to be like that? Because what you're saying is there's this kind of like arrogance that I'm over you, so I don't have to be accommodating or be just polite to you because you're nothing to me. I'm so much better than you. That's this arrogance that you got to kind of put that out there. I think a lot of people would agree. You kind of put that out there. It's like this pompous kind of arrogant, shit. And then you're talking over, you're interrupting, you're constantly name calling. I mean, it's just one of those things where there is a serious, I feel like, lack of effective communication happens. And I think and it happens with so many people. I just think maybe you should try to go look at some of these old things where you've gotten into people and just like, was it them or was it you? If you're getting in with 4 or 5 people at a time, maybe it's you.
I never purported that the other person was the problem. Clip that. Show me the.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. So you recognize that you're the problem.
I'm saying, listen, I know it's me. And like I said, I'm online at all times. I'm fully in full control of my cognitive faculty. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying to you is, close your eyes and pretend that I'm Andrew Tate. How about that? Close your eyes and pretend that I'm Kevin Samuels.
Why would I do that?
Because then it should be okay. Listen to the messaging and don't listen to the way that it's being said.
But the thing is, one of the things that's difficult is like people who ride for Andrew Tate, and I'm absolutely not one of those people. There is a gem of nugget in the certain round. They can find like a little diamond of nugget in the shit. What you say is just argumentative and patronizing. I've not found a nugget of a jewel of wisdom in the things that you said in these interactions. But like I said, because maybe I dismiss it because of the tonality and the shit that you say and the the aggressiveness.
Right. And maybe because you do, that doesn't actually make it true. That there's no validity to what I'm saying.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it gets lost. The message just gets lost. And I'm sure there's a lot of people, if we do it in the chat or we talk to people on the panel right now, they would probably attest that you could be a lot more effective if you, because to me, I worry if you, I'm just going to be frank. I don't think you have a goal. I think you just want to fight. I know you just fuck you. I'm smarter than you. I'm better than you. I just want to kick your ass. I think you just want to fight.
Okay,
that's my personal opinion.
The one thing that I'll say is when you're using the word fight. So again, you're doing exactly what, and it's interesting. Like again, people tell on themselves, and I love it. But the problem that I have is I fight I'll fight the talking points. Yeah, I'll throw out a name here and there because again, this is online. It's entertainment. It makes for good views. You know it. I know it. Jen knows it. Obviously, calling people simps is a problem. I have to work on. But everything else, I think that it's still there's a degree of being rhetorically effective, even if you don't like the tone, even if you don't like the way that I'm saying it. There's still validity to what I'm saying, and because there's validity, a conversation can move forward. The fact that you're focusing on how I'm saying something, that's why we have these pauses in conversation. That's why these conversations get derailed and they deviate. We could have continued the conversation and we could have had a meeting of the minds, but we've just spent 15 minutes tone policing me and asking me what my goal is.
Isn't this exactly that? Isn't this exactly that?
I'm not Rosa Parks. So don't look at it like it's not that kind of party. Right?
Hold on a second.
Because now we're and it's getting late for everybody.
Okay.
I think that you're both right. It is entertainment, Annalicia, but you don't want to be the girl that's the crazy entertainment on every panel. You don't want to be that because you're too smart for that. Okay. You're very intelligent. All right. People like what you have to say, but you don't want to be that entertainment. Yeah, it gets views, but you don't want to be the here she come again. Right. And that's usually the consensus. But you're right as well, because Damien, her tone, I say it all the time. I'm sure you like me because you guys like the truth. You like people who shoot straight from the hip, right? That's why you circle jerk and suck Kevin Samuels, because he told you the truth. Well, I got truth too. But when I'm saying it, oh, she's not feminine and I don't like how she says it, but I talk exactly the way Kevin Samuels talked, exactly to the letter. I tell men they're fat.
Jim, when was the last time you called somebody any type of derogatory term on your panel?
Are you?
Unless they said something to me, never.
Never exactly
out their name unless they call me out my name, then it's a war.
Absolutely.
A fucking war. But I'm just saying that I'm abrasive. I'm just saying that I'm abrasive.
There's nothing wrong with that. I think we enjoy that.
A lot of people liked that Kevin Samuels was abrasive, but when a woman is abrasive, they don't like it. I'm like, we all got our truth, right? I'm telling the truth.
No, I think anybody can be straightforward and abrasive, but there's a line where it goes from just being honest and saying it with your chest and being disrespectful. And that's where you lose credibility and you lose the message that you're trying to put out there is when you are overtly disrespectful. I've not heard you be overtly disrespectful to somebody who on your panel or somebody who wasn't disrespectful to you first.
Okay,
I get it. Like I don't mind veganista. Veganista, cut it out. Veganista be with all the cap in the chat. No one is policing Annalicia's tone. What we're talking about is her being disrespectful. I don't care if Annalicia yells from the top of her lungs.
Absolutely.
On a chair. I do not care that she yells. I let Big Truck yell on this bitch. I don't care about that. What we're talking about is calling people out of their names and calling them sibs and the personal attacks. That is what we're talking about, Veganista. And
right,
whoever.
But even what I'm gonna say is, Dame, I am confident. I definitely.
Absolutely, I see that.
There's a difference between arrogance and
I respect that.
No, hold on. There's a difference. I'm not an arrogant person. I know that there are brilliant minds out there better than mine. There are more attractive. Like I'm not a fool. Like I understand what my limitations are as a human being. Believe me. But I also know what my strengths are and what my capacity is. And to that end, I'm not going to be beholden to what people want to see from me. I'm not going to be beholden because optics matter. I'm not going to be beholden to people's opinions of me. I'm not going to, I can't do that. But to me, that feels, it's it feels morally wrong.
But will you just concede that by proceeding like that, there's be chances that you could significantly lose the message or what you're trying to get out there?
I will concede to that, with the caveat that even if I was putting the message out there in a manner that you would find more permissible or more palatable,
I don't mean this to me.
No. I'm using you as an example because I'm having the conversation with you.
You're
but
right.
Even if I did it the right way, the possibility still exists. So yeah,
it is. But you would just lessen it. The probability is you wouldn't have these back and forth where you getting called a bitch and you calling people this and you get into these back and forths.
I actually have experience in this arena, and the difference is even when I do things right, people just find other things to focus on and attack. That's the only difference. So it's a lose-lose, and I'm not going to be beholden to that. I just won't. Sorry.
Okay. Stand in your square. I can respect that.
Poke my chest out. You're right.
Okay, so with that said, we're gonna close the night, guys. I am starving. This was amazing. A lot of people are asking me for the evidence. Where did Andrew Tate say that? Y'all a bunch of lazy motherfuckers. But after I calm down, I'm going to put the link in the comment section. I'll put the link there so you can see the attorney breaking down his charges, and you can hear Andrew Tate out of his own mouth explain his crimes in detail. Okay, he's not vague at all.
There's an amazing site called Reddit, right? Can you put me on the big screen?
Stories at the end, because you always pick the end to get into your soliloquy. Hurry up.
Okay, fine. I just saved the what is it? Andrew Tate beating on a woman. I'll save that video for later.
Come on, show it.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
With what?
Come on, man. You really gonna play a dude? You really gonna put a video of somebody? Don't do it. Don't show a man being abused. Come on, man.
Well, I'm not gonna get her channel struck, but no, I have a video.
They can go. I'm just saying,
you have a link to it?
Yeah, but show the link, man. But come on, man. Who wants to see a woman getting abused to prove a point?
What did he say?
Don't show that video, Kristen.
This is real mature, man. Real mature.
Tristan, don't show the video.
No, I didn't show him hitting the woman. I blocked that out.
I mean, but still, you want to put a woman getting abused? I don't like to see that.
Can we quantify it now? Quantify how good and bad he is now?
I never said he was a good guy.
No, he's a criminal. I think everybody agrees.
Oh, 100%. I thought people were like,
I'm just 100%. I'm like just saying. The chat was like, where's the evidence? Hey, where's it at now? Oh, they quiet in the chat now. Yeah, they real quiet now.
Yeah, I just don't like seeing women get abused.
Serial killers have fans. So Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, all them losers and flunkies are always going to have fans as long as there's losers and flunkies lower than they are. That's just life. That's just life.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned about society now. You know what? I'm not. I'm just leaving. Where are we going, Jen? We out of here. I heard Canada. Canada's nice.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for holding me down in Canada. Please come back. Look out, subscribe to my channel, check my community section because I usually post what the next topic is going to be. Come back tomorrow, hit that like and subscribe on your way out, please. And remember, feel free to come up to my panel, but you have to cam up. I saw some people saying that they wanted to be on the panel next time. You have to cam up, okay? I don't talk to people that are hiding behind avatars. Thank you for holding me down in chat. Don't forget, On the Block with Jen on all social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, what have you. On the Block with Jen Cash App if you want to support the show. And we will see you tomorrow. This was a doozy. A lot of great points were made, but I think we can all agree Andrew Tate is a criminal and he's exactly where he needs to be. In the back of a truck and in a cell.
We can find that on Reddit, right?
Wait, that's so alpha, isn't it? He looks so alpha in handcuffs in a police paddy wagon. It's so alpha.
I'm telling you, it's like the pumpkin. It's like Cinderella. Everything goes back to normal when these guys get arrested or get caught.
And they say God ain't real sometimes. I'm just saying, they say God ain't real. That is crazy.
I will just say one thing. I just want to say one thing.
Right. Okay.
Confirmation bias is a very fascinating thing.
Confirmation bias.
Okay.
Is that Reddit? You say that the video's on Reddit? That video you were playing?
Google it. You can find it. I'm out. Good night, guys.
Yeah, I found that video for like months back. Just look Andrew Tate slapping woman. Just put that.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Good night. See you next time.
See you next time.
Good night. Good night. Good night. All right, if you're still here for any reason, hit that like for me, okay? Leave me a comment in the comment section. Doesn't have to be a whole sentence. It could be a thumbs up, a happy face if you enjoyed this panel. If you remember everyone's name, we could rewind. You could follow those people on their individual channels. And remember, we don't agree because we're not supposed to, okay? This is not an echo chamber. Everybody has their own fucking opinions, and I welcome them all, long as you can do it without disrespecting other people. Thank you so much for being here tonight, and I will see you tomorrow.